Social democracy and democratic socialism is a lie. The revolutionary potential and potential for the working classes to take true political power and achieve independence via these means has proven to be impossible. The historical failures of reforming capitalism in order to achieve socialism.
Welcome, Sean.
But yet there
Red
still
Skin,
seems
White
to be
Mask,
a
Chapter
belief
3
even
today.
within the radical left
Hope
community
you're good today,
that
comrade.
bourgeois democracy will be able to achieve a socialist society. For those who have become well versed in Marxism, Leninism, and the Juche idea, the bourgeois democratic route to socialism should have been discarded a long time ago. However, it's apparent that a number of self-styled Marxists still harbour delusions in this regard. It's the aim of this video to showcase Juche's relation and position on social democracy. However, it's important to first clarify the limitations of social democracy through the lens of the preceding working class theory, Marxism-Leninism. The viewer should also take note that a lot of the following ideas have been paraphrased from the works of Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il, especially Socialism as a Science by the latter. Marxism established the general rules of dialectical materialism and therefore arms us with the ability to analyze the bourgeois classes from the scope of objectivity. Bourgeois society is a society based on the private ownership of the means of production. The bourgeois state, therefore, enshrines the protection of private property as an important duty. Because of this, the bourgeois state is the state of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, or rather, of capital. Within the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, it is of course the bourgeois classes who reign supreme, and it is with their influence upon society as a whole that politics and economics is conducted. Social democracy and democratic socialism operates within the framework of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and therefore ultimately is answerable not to the proletariat, but to the bourgeois classes. It is within this fact, therefore, that the historical limitations of social democracy make themselves clear. Social democracy rejects a scientific understanding of the world and instead takes a utopian approach to politics because, by its very nature, it depends upon the goodwill of the bourgeois classes. Kim Jong-il said that to do this is to make a mess of the revolution. Relying upon the goodwill of the bourgeoisie is, in the long term, only going to impede the establishment of socialism. The bourgeoisie will never willingly give away their political and economic power so eagerly, and therefore we must take the approach that the exploiting classes will only give away such power if they can see a necessary reason to do so. If the bourgeois classes agree to distribute their wealth through the means of heavier taxation and social welfare, then it should be understood that this concession is carried out not to give the masses more power, but rather to allow the bourgeoisie to retain their own. Not conceding to the social democratic demands in the beginning could cause more revolutionary ideas to take a hold. However, on the other hand, the bourgeoisie will go to the extreme lengths to keep their power and status. Therefore, the social democratic parties can only operate within a limited framework. This framework is the framework of social usefulness. If the social democratic reforms help to nullify anti-bourgeois sentiment and pro-working class power ideals, while at the same time cause the least amount of damage to the power of the exploiter classes, then it is certain that such bourgeois democratic reforms will be accepted. Once the limits of usefulness of social democracy has been reached, the Social Democrats' power will be severely curbed. If these Social Democrats attempt to fight back against the bourgeoisie, then the bourgeois classes will fight back even harder and will go to the most extreme lengths to wipe out the Social Democrats. A prime example of this can be observed in Venezuela today. For the first few years of Comrade Hugo Chávez's presidency, his government went relatively unobstructed, as his reforms helped to soothe the antagonisms between the popular masses and the exploiter classes. Once Chávez began to seriously threaten the power of the exploiter classes began all-out war to bring the Bolivarian revolution to its knees. This war has gone on until today, and it's thanks only to the PSUV's development and radicalization of the working masses that they have been able to stay in power. However, economic and political turmoil which exists in Venezuela today can be boiled down to the expectation of goodwill from the Venezuelan national bourgeoisie and of the foreign imperialists. Thanks to the PSUV's shift to a more truly revolutionary line, they have been able to fight back against the bourgeoisie. However, some others were not so lucky. Comrade Salvador Allende, a genuinely Marxist president of Chile, was overthrown by Pinochet under the orders of the bourgeoisie and the imperialists. Comrade Allende posed a serious threat to the capitalist classes, and because he showed no signs of conceding to the bourgeoisie, he was ousted. Because Allende operated within the bourgeois democratic framework, he was powerless to shut down the supporters of the capitalist classes, in fear of being labelled an usurper of power and a dictator. These are two rather extreme examples, and in the long run, the vast majority of social democrats will eagerly concede to the capitalist classes, and all of their reforms will be destroyed or heavily distorted. Within the scope of the First and Third World, we can see clearly that the vast majority of First World imperialist nations are social democratic, especially in Europe. The function of social democracy in the First World is to mainly keep the capitalist classes' powers truly unchecked, but also to keep the very imperialist world order unopposed. Within the social democratic parties of the First World, there may be token anti-imperialism, especially against military interventionism. However, they again rely on the goodwill of the bourgeoisie to see the moral degeneracy of their actions and fail, or ignore, the intrinsic requirement of imperialism to crush the dissent and anti-imperialism that exists within the world, imperialist order. The utopian socialists seriously failed to provide an analysis of the bourgeoisie and its functions. Within the First World, even social conservative parties see the necessity to keep some form of social welfare to keep the masses placated. Even those who have been pushed away by society can still see the supposed merits of relying on a social democratic party to help them in their struggles. In conclusion, social democracy is a mainstay of the First World as insurance against anti-imperialist sentiment from growing within the imperialist camp. Therefore, as already discussed in the beginning of this video, it is clear that the bourgeoisie see the merits of sharing some of their wealth in order to
Good
keep
morning,
their
Lennon
greater
Smash. Hope you were
criminality
well
unopposed.
today, comrade.
Finally, as a general critique of social democracy, we can say that many on the left will claim that supporting social democracy, such as Bernie Sanders in the United States and Jeremy Corbyn in the United Kingdom,
Once I get
will help
some-
to bring
Once
socialist
we get a
ideals
few
to
more
the
in here,
masses
I'll give you a
and will
shout
allow
out,
us to
Comrade Lennon.
supposedly pull these types of social
See
democratic
Sam rolling in,
parties
the
further
whole
to the
Juche
left.
gang rolling in here.
First of all, it should be clear to the viewer
Hope we're all
already
ready for our theory today.
how this claim is a utopian idea. All the points made so far should elucidate the falseness of this claim. However, it is important to take this claim one
Long
step
live the
further
People's
and provide
Revolution!
a deeper analysis and answer to it. The bourgeoisie will never willingly give away their power, and, as already discussed, the bourgeoisie will go to the most...
I have a new sound bit. I have a new thing, but it's for bits because it's super long. But look, I'll give you a preview of it.
Kichi Kichi Kichima Cyprian Konto Alliance Shoot to kill Yamaza Kill the poor The farmer Kill the poor The farmer Brr pa Pa Brr pa Pa Attention
brutal extremes to bring down
Because of the length of that one, I'm gonna leave it as a
However,
bit
within the
reading
First
for
World,
now.
The social democratic parties have never pulled
I may
anything
eventually
or
switch
been
it to an
pulled
alert
ever
of
to the
some
left.
kind.
Even now, with a number of social democratic parties in power in Europe, not one of them is or has ever implemented more radical reforms. And never has a communist or workers' party grown in power or influence thanks to the existence of a social democratic party being in power.
Right, Sam? It's a banger.
Even one of history's most extreme social democrats, Clement Attlee, leader of the British Labour Party.
Again, only
and
reason
Prime
it's
Minister of the
it's
United
there for the
Kingdom
bits is
from
because it's
1945
30
to
seconds long, but it
1951,
may
did
become a
nothing
sound
to help
alert.
develop
Like-
the influence of
Like maybe
communist or
the new
workers'
raid
parties, and
replace
even
the
him,
horn.
who is considered to be a great hero among social
You do, Lennon.
democrats,
They're so
ultimately
easy,
was
too.
accountable to the bourgeoisie.
You can rip sounds
The
right
biggest
from
and most
YouTube
glaring
with
example of
right
this
from their
is
website.
his
It's so
decision to
fucking
rearm
easy.
the
It's
United
great.
Kingdom and assist the United States in its war against the Korean people.
Yeah. I
Attlee
could also
had
okay.
no choice to do this.
You
as
comrades,
he-
look at what we got there for labor voucher redeems, and I could replace it with one of the sounds that exists now, and I'd just make it for like a lot of labor vouchers with a really high cooldown or something.
He agreed to the Marshall Plan, essentially binding the United Kingdom.
Oh, Lennon, all
to
you
the
do
new
when you go to
growing
the sound alerts
imperialist
page, it
power
can rip it
of the
from the
United
YouTube
States.
for you. It does it right on their
Imperialism
website. You just link the
of
video
a united
and it
first
comes right
world
up.
against the third world. Also, the falsehood of the claim of pulling social democrats to the left can be proven false by the reaction
Oh,
of social
I didn't
democrats
even notice
to
the
their
420. Thank you,
quote-unquote
Sean.
achievements. What is meant by this is that when a social democratic party comes to power, they will implement their
Lennon,
most
I'll
popular
link you
policies,
the thing.
resulting in their supporters to claim they have achieved
So you go on
socialism.
Twitch, and of course you add the extension for
And this,
sound alerts.
in turn, will quieten them down. Therefore, it is clear that getting
And then once you
social
have the
democrats into
extension
power,
done,
such as
Lennon,
Sanders or Corbyn,
you just need to go
will not
here, and that's
provide a
where you can
base
set it
for
all up.
bringing
It's
radical
super easy.
or more leftist ideas into the mainstream of politics, and that also staunch social democrats will denounce more leftist elements.
Hello,
in the
Comrade
mistaken
Stannis.
belief
Welcome.
that they have
Welcome.
achieved
Hope you
their
were well.
goals of bringing about social democracy or so-called socialism. So far in this video, the question of social democracy has been approached from the materialist viewpoint. However, the Juche philosophy provides a fresh way of evaluating and critiquing social democracy. From the Juche viewpoint, the aforementioned criticisms are correct, and the analysis
Yeah, once you get
of
going
social
with it, Lennon, you'll be
democracy
breezing
from the
through
stand of
getting your
Marxist
alert set up.
conceptions
It's so
doesn't
quick.
require much development in the scope of Juche, but rather Juche provides us with a new set of tools.
I use that
to
one
critique
because
the
it just
social democratic
integrates so
stand,
much easier
like
with
how
OBS.
Marxism and Juche provide different philosophical answers to different questions. From the Juche viewpoint, as described by Comrade Kim Jong-il in Socialism is a Science, a society based on the private ownership of the means of production is a society based purely on individualism. This individualism is divorced from collectivism and as a result manifests itself as selfish greed.
Going to the skate park. Nice.
The law of the jungle outlook on
Well, if
society
you
remains
need any
dominant.
assistance,
Under a
just hit me up,
genuinely
Lennon.
socialist system, however, collectivism comes into play. Collectivism does not reject individualism as a human need. Kim Jong-il sums this up by stating that collectivism fulfills humanity's desire to form part of a social collective, whereas individualism is humanity's desire to be recognized as an equal member of the social collective. The individualism described by Kim Jong-il that exists
Yeah,
under
Lennon,
capitalism
we should pick an
is
online
divorced
game
from
to play at some
collectivism
point.
and tramples upon the collectivist
I was
needs
saying I got
of
that Teenage Mutant
humanity.
Ninja Turtles beat
This
'em
can be
up
observed through
game
the
or whatever, that
existence
new
of
one,
deepening
and
social
no one else needs to
alienation
own it.
and
I
championing
own it. I can
of
invite you in,
competitiveness
and anyone can play
and
it with me.
outcompeting your rivals. From the viewpoint of collectivism and individualism,
Yeah, it is on
the
Steam,
faults
but
of
again,
social
you don't even have to
democracy should
own
be
it. I can
apparent
just
to the
invite you
viewer.
in, and you can play
Social
it with me.
democracy is a system operating within the framework of
I think it's 5 players can do that.
This is therefore a society still based on individualism, and individualism which tramples on collectivism cannot
Love the
exist
skateboarding games.
and cannot ever be considered socialist.
It's the only way I can still skateboard.
The shift from individualism to collectivism requires the popular masses to take
I'm
control
down for
of
watching
the means
that,
of
Lennon.
production and to eliminate, therefore, the oppression and exploitation of one over another. As previously discussed, this shift cannot be carried out by the means of reformism, as the bourgeoisie will not allow it. From the viewpoint of individualism and collectivism, they will not allow it thanks to their own selfish greed. Mankind has the essential attributes of independence, creativity, and consciousness. Mankind strive for independence.
Praxis
as
in the streets, and by
understood in
praxis I
Duce's
mean
sense,
backslide
is the strive
nosebuds.
to cast off the fetters of class and national subjugation. To achieve the total independence of humanity requires the popular masses to cast off class antagonisms. In order to achieve this, and the masses must form a people's government which represents the interests of the working masses. The working masses taking full control of the state and society is the only method which will guarantee the independence of humanity. Within the scope of social democracy and so-called democratic socialism, the establishment of a people's government is not the goal, and therefore achieving
I
independence
used to love the old Tony Hawk games too.
and
And
essential
there's another one
quality
that
of
was like
mankind
Skate, right?
is impossible.
It was like
There
a
may,
more
of course,
realistic
be
Tony
some
Hawk. I
token
remember
lip
that came out
service
years
to the
later.
establishment of a
The camera was
so-called
way
people's
lower
government,
down, like right
but we
behind
must
your
take
feet
a
almost.
scientific analysis of
I can't think of what
this.
game that was now.
no matter
Session,
how
yeah, it
much
might have been
social
Session.
Democrats and democratic socialists may wish for this to
I'm
be
gonna be
true,
reading Red
it
Skin,
is in
White Masks today.
fact
You did not miss it
false.
yet, Stannis.
There may, of course, be some token lip service to the establishment of a so-called people's government, but we must
Skate
take
1
a
and 3 are
scientific
great.
analysis
I love Tony
of
Hawk's as
the
well.
veracity
Tony Hawk
to this claim.
1 to 3
No
or
matter
whatever
how
it
much
is.
social democrats and democratic socialists may wish for this to be true, it is in fact false. The social democratic society is, as discussed, based on greed, individualism, and still under the control of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeois exploiting classes do not recognize the popular masses as anything other than a commodity whose labor power is to be bought and sold.
First, you want to get your dance emotes ready because I'm about ready to roll the
The
intro.
attitude towards the popular masses is inherently contradictory to the principles of independence being the attribute of mankind. Therefore, its existence within the bourgeois democratic framework is impossible for the exploiting classes. The exploiting classes will fight tooth and nail to eradicate any mainstream sentiment which seeks to establish true independence. As a result, no party political program of social democratic parties advocate
all my
the establishment
Linu comrades in here, get
of
ready
such
to throw it back
independence
for your
because
ancestors.
A, they do not believe that independence is a necessity of the
We
popular
got a
masses,
real intro on this
and
channel.
B, even if they did, they would come under serious attack by the reactionary forces within society. So, how does independence and the establishment of collectivism and overall
Right. Get ready. I'm gonna see some dance emotes. Pay your respects, comrades. This was sent by a comrade of mine, this intro. So good. You and me both, Sam. Lennon, I do live dangerously in the politics category. We ban those motherfuckers and come in drawing. It's part of the shtick. Welcome, comrades. I hope you all are well today. It is I, Larry. I see a lot of the Juche gang is in here, GMO. This channel, we live dangerously in the politics category. But we also do a lot of other things as well. Mondays, we watch socialist or communist movies. So, okay, still kind of in the politics category. But then, Tuesdays and Thursdays, we read theory. Alright, still in the politics category. But Wednesdays, I do go to just chatting, but we still talk about politics. And then, alright, it's mostly politics. We do play a few games on this channel as well, though. Speaking of games, my fantastic Juche gang community here, they got to 100,000 labor vouchers in 1 month, is what they contributed to this challenge. So now, as a reward to all of you, on Saturday, on Sunday, I'm gonna play this terrible game where you have to scale a mountain using just a hammer while you're in a cauldron, and you're just a guy. I'm that guy in the cauldron. So if you want to see me suffer through that, any wrong move is like potentially hours lost in progress. If you want to see me suffer through that, make sure you're here on Sunday. And then on Saturday, I'm going to be doing another crowd control Zelda, where you can come in and use your labor vouchers and make me suffer in Zelda. Yeah, as a reward for your as a reward for your generous contributions, comrades, you get exactly one single can of soup sent by I, your chairman. Whatever you don't eat, I ask that you send back, please. All right, here we always start out with our morning cartoons. Just to let you know, we got some news here. We got a couple People's Voice articles that I want to get to. We're going to talk about Fukushima dumping water. You might immediately notice a problem with that. For our feature today, we're gonna be reading chapter 3 of Essentialism and the Gendered Politics of Aboriginal Self-Government. This is from Redskin White Mask, Glenshaw Couthard. This is our read. Anytime, even when it's not Tuesday or Thursday, you can type the command and reading into chat, and you can get this. Chairman Campbell's. Toss the Chairman Campbell's at a piggy today. Earn yourself a spot in the anti-fascist army. You might be familiar with my work if you've followed me perhaps on the Juche Gang YouTube long enough or the Juche Gang Facebook pages. I also do some work over here at Iskra Books, and we've got like a couple days and this Lusardo Stalin book will officially be dropped. I see a lot of people have been getting their hardcovers and stuff already, but don't be sleeping on the dark. Don't be sleeping on these other publications either. Socialist Education in Korea is highly recommended. The Collected Works of Stalin. This includes Anarchism or Socialism. Great read. I highly recommend to everyone. And then, our journals with yours truly in the back. We got some new ones planned here. I'm very interested in this one, by the way. Capital and Pictures. But yeah, before I get too far ahead of myself and let the ADHD go hog wild, let's watch. Actually, before we do that, do you comrades want to hear an actual, The Gathering song from my nation? Sure you do. Let's do that first.
Hear the song that is sung by the four winds, for it is the voice of our awakening, which heralds the rebirth of Ulnoy.
It's true, Sean. I've noticed that myself. I mentioned I have a few comrades in the Navajo Nation. A very close comrade of mine is the one who got me started on reading Juche, in fact. This is the one I always have in my head. Yeah, they should be, Sean. And then if you're here in Canada, not only do you learn English, but you also have to learn French until at least grade 9, I think it is. That's 2. 2 Euro fucking languages. That's forced on fucking students. Like the city natives got it real bad, you know what I mean? Comrade Red. Second traditional song of the day. I wanted everybody to hear the gathering song. I like that part. And that is our gathering song, awakening song. That's the one you play at the beginning. You get everybody coming over together with that song. Thank you all for listening. All right. It's morning. Get your cereal. Get your coffees. Your morning smoke if you do so. And let's gather around for some cozy cartoons with a slight tinge of violence. Who's got the squirrel emotes? Show them off.
적제비 대장놈을 끌고 빠져나가던 우리의 주인공들은 뜻밖의 나타난 직승기에 덮치우고 말았습니다. 그럼 철갑상어 기지를 틀어지기 위한 싸움은 앞으로 어떻게 벌어지게 될까요?
Searching for the jewel necklace.
저게 무슨 직승기일까요?
혹시 고동산? 야, 저놈들 빨리 잡으라!
늦었죠? 야!
The squirrel, yeah. Yes, all the emotes are unlockable, Red. The monthly subscription is you pay for a month or you pay a one-time fee that gives you those emotes for a month. And then when it's over, it's just over. That's how the subscription, quote unquote, on Twitch works.
그 기지로 가고 있습니다.
And then it just keeps track so that, like, if you were then, even if you wait a while and then you get another month in the future, it counts you as that being your second month. It's smart. It stacks them without you having to, like, you know, carry them over like a traditional subscription is.
그렇고 말고 내 그 악당놈들을 철갑상으로 짓뭉개버리고 말 테다. 이렇게.
You notice everybody's just got cats right now? And then if you look at my kitty, he's got a cool hat. That's 3 months, I think mine is.
대장 니놈 때문에 다 잡았던 족제비 대장도 철갑상어도 꽃동산에 띄었다는 걸 인정하는가?
야야야, 제가 정말 죽을 줄 알아.
그러니 손도 죽어라.
야, 아이고.
비겁한 놈, 그래 무서운가?
가까 죽더라도 꽃동산 놈들을 복수하고.
아니다, 동무대장 물망초는 죽어야 한다.
가까, 내기 발에
내 원수를 좀 갚아달라고.
Jesus Christ.
중무대장 물망치는 없다.
Jesus.
이제부터 이놈을
Oh, that was
수색대에 데려가라.
that escalated quickly.
알겠습니다. 야, 일어나. 자식, 공탄이나 먹고 뻗어.
어? 내가 살았다는 거야? 아휴.
아까 이젠 다 왔습니다. 빨리 허출 신호를.
그렇지. 에? 보석 목걸이가 어디 갔어?
보석 목걸이? 갑자기 그건 왜 찾습니까?
그게 있어야 철갑상어 기지로 갈 수 있단 말이다. 아이쿠.
And after this sturgeon now for 2 episodes.
목걸이 방법이 없을까?
우리 기지는 바닷속에 있기 때문에 대장 가까이 허출 신호가 없지는.
내 목걸이가 어디에 떨어졌을까? 어? 육전대 본부 주변에? 아이쿠.
그랬댔구나. 철갑상어 기지. 그것을 알아내자면 놈들이 서글러 다시 들어가야 한다. 물론
Oh, that's why the necklace is important.
꽃동산을 위해서 기어이 보석 목걸이를 찾아와야 한다. 정사, 직승기를 돌리시오.
속제비 대장은 꽃동산 정찰병에게 납치되었다. 아마 지금쯤은 멋진 대접을 받고 있을지도 몰라. 그놈들에게는 철갑상어라는 아주 위험한 무기가 있다. 놈들이 언제 쳐들어올지 모르니 모두가 만단의 준비를 갖추고 나와 검은 쪽제비 고문관의 지시에만 복종해야 한다.
알겠습니다.
줄대라마, 지도에서 확인한 그 지점을 잘 찾아봐. 알겠어. 그럼 몸 조심해. 걱정 마라. 줄대라마, 글쎄가.
찬이슬 내리는 깊은 이 밤에 정다운 동산 위하여 원수의 서문을 찾아서 가는 우리는 꼬마 정찰병 사나운 빗바람 앞을 막아도 술기와 용맹 돌지.
I have the most cursed Bill Mayer video to show you. It's actually, well, it's Professor Wolf, Richard Wolf on a Bill Mayer like segment. It's fucking ridiculous.
뭐라고? 직승기? 야, 빨리 비상조짐! 왜 다시 나타났을까?
조사! 노지포 연대장이 안전하게 목걸이를 찾도록 놈들의 주의를 우리한테 끌어야 한다.
야, 포포는 뭐라니까 빨리 갈기라! 이게 무슨 소리냐? 잘한다.
What's all this noise?
놈들 모조리 죽여라!
기름이 떨어져 가고 있습니다. 뭐? 이러다간 돌아갈 기름도 남지 않을 것 같습니다.
그러면 방어하는 데 유리한 모르목에 착륙하시오. 거기서 꽤 막아낼 수 있겠어?
네, 여기 시험 중에 있는 철갑상어가 있으니 저 따위 놈들은 어림도 없습니다.
저것이 철갑상어.
방을 것, 나훈아수. 방을 것, 대답하라. 방을 것, 나훈아수.
방울꽃한테선 아직 소식이 없습니까? 예, 며칠째 응답이 없습니다. 혹시 정찰조에 무슨 일이 생긴 게 아닐까요? 부대장 너무 보고할 만합니까? 어서 말하시오. 자료에 의하면 적제비 대장놈은 자리에서 물러나고 육전대장으로 하던 망커가 새로 대장이 되었다고 합니다. 문제는 그때부터 놈들의 서글에서 청포소리가 높아가고 있는 것입니다. 동무들, 그렇다면 그 청포소리는 분명 방울꽃 정찰조가 내는 소리일 거요. 빨리 그들을 도와줄 대책을 세웁시다.
이거 왜 이래?
Yeah, help them.
아이고 시끄럽고 보시면은 야 물망쳐 특무대장까지 됐다가 우쭐렁거릴 수도 없이 떨어졌다면서. 물망쳐 저놈이. 카카, 이러다는 안 되겠습니다. 무슨 방법이 있어야 할 것 같습니다.
조종사, 저 철갑상어를 당장 내버려라.
Dude, the sturgeon is robot.
야, 애기파이.
야, 어디 쟤좀 저게 철갑상어가 아닐까요?
뭐라고? 맞았어, 철갑상어다. 야, 저 괴물을 끌어오라. 내가 그렇게도 찾던 저놈이 저절로 글러지고.
철갑상어가 무서운 불광을 내보내는 저런 것이었구나.
Zaps him.
이제 빨리 보석 목걸이를 찾아가지고 와야겠는데.
This is like Mars Attacks. You ever see Mars Attacks, anyone? The aliens just come out and fucking
건드려 싫다는데.
and turn them into skeletons.
아니, 이건 또 무슨 장난감이야? 자, 이거
It's been a hot minute. Oh man,
나.
Red. It's such a hilarious movie though.
여보, 왜 그래? 이게 뭐야? 어? 이게 뭐고?
I love that.
잠깐만, 나 찍다. 옳지, 쪽제비 대장의 보석 목걸이구나.
This guy's coming out of the thing with the ray gun.
보석 목걸이.
People turn right to fucking skeletons.
역시 많고 누드네. 이런 물방차를 몰라보다니.
고문관, 철갑상어를 잡으려다가 쫄딱 녹았다면서? 그렇게 우둔하게 내밀지만 말고 머리를 좀 써보라고. 개자식, 나를 보고 머리를 쓰라. 야, 수색대장.
보석 목걸이가 분명 좌표 20에 70 여기에 떨어졌겠는데.
You'd have to watch that one on Discord or something,
이쪽으로
Red.
순찰하던 놈들 손에
That one's fucking funny.
수색된 놈들에게 가서 알아보자.
별보다가, 너는 철갑상어의 놀라운 이력 앞에 손을 들었어. 손을 들었단 말이야. 조종사, 저놈을 끌고 가 더 짓거리지 못하게 하라.
알겠습니다.
가만. 혹시 놈들이 무슨 술을?
술은 무슨 놈의 술?
이놈들 맛이 어때? 너희들 이러지? 내 혼자서도 내 놈들을 다 없애 채울 수 있다. 야, 대장도 몰라보는 이 악당놈들아.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry about that, Red. I don't even.
속았구나.
Let me see. Just wait one sec. I just want to check something here. Yeah, I mean, right now I only have
목걸이를
1,279 legally obtained movies to watch anyway.
도지포 연대장놈이 보석 목걸이를. 그래. 이게 철갑상어 기지를 들어 쥐어야 한다. 야, 수색대를 출동해서 빨리 그 보석 목걸이를 찾아오라.
나는 보석 목걸이를 찾아오라는 고문관님의 명령을 받고 왔다. 그것을 얻은 자는 빨리
No need to
내놓으라.
pirate when you almost have 2,000 legally obtained ones. Am I right?
물망쳐. 앞으로 갓. 그래, 공을 세워볼 생각이 없는가?
공에 씌워야죠. 그런데 잘 보지도 못하면서 제가 어떻게? 예? 검은간 가까시라고요? 예? 두두지포 윤대장놈이? 예. 보석 목걸이를 찾아야 한다고요? 예. 알았습니다.
모두 고문관님의 명령을 들었는가? 물망쳐. 벗어내놔.
사실 이건 제가 얻은 겁니다. 검관님께 좀 잘.
좋다. 너는 이제 큰 상을 받게 될 것이다.
고맙습니다. 뭐야? 야, 그걸 누구에게 줬다고? 방금 검관님이 보낸 장교에게.
Right. Yeah.
그도 집어 연대다. 야, 그 목걸이 목걸이를 다시 찾지 못하면
Well, let's just say that anyone you can think of that you would want to watch on Discord, it's we got it.
아이고, 빨리 두더지 포연대장을 찾아내라!
뭐라고? 강물을 말려서라도 그놈을 잡으라! 니놈이 뛰어야 벼룩이지. 야, 두더지 보현대장 놈이 직승기에 얼씬 못하게 포이즌을도 강구하라!
I would say the last 10 episodes of this have ended on a cliffhanger, by the way.
줄대람아, 우리 임무를 수행하고 꽃동산으로 함께 돌아가자. 그래. 그렇다. 임무는 기어이 수행해야 한다. 그것이 꽃동산으로 가는 길이다. 아, 사랑하는 꽃동산 동물들이 그리워. 줄대감이가 어떻게 되었을까? 이런 포위 속에서 꽤 돌아올 수 있을까?
별보자가 보석 목걸이를 찾으러 간 두더지 보현대장에게 너무 기대를 가지지 말라고. 그건 내 손에 있는 거랑 같단 말이야. 조종사의 말이 이제 30분 후면 철갑상어도 전원이 다 나갔다면서.
어리석은 놈들. 여길 어떻게 파진다. 무슨 수를 써서라도
That's not very long.
야야야! 샅샅이 뒤져라! 빨리 뒤져라! 물망쳐! 뭘 꾸물거리는가? 거리 안 보이면 빨리 따라서기나 하란 말이다! 그렇지, 물망쳐. 이 물망쳐가 살아나자면 내 손으로 목걸이를 고문관 있게 바쳐야 한다. 잘 뒤지라! 어? 아니 찾았는가 말이야. 눈깔이 밝은 놈들은 다 뭐라니? 이젠 살았구나. 살았어.
I wouldn't count on it.
아 글쎄 이놈이 여기 뽀들어져 있지 않겠어? 그래서 내가 아예 죽여버렸지 뭐. 뭐? 물망쳐가 찾았다고? 괜찮아. 어서 내놔. 이 목걸이를 내놓으라고? 안 돼. 이건 절대로 안 돼. 수수께장도 몰라봐. 어서 내놔. 뭐야? 형님도 몰라보는 자식이. 이 자식 죽어봐야겠어. 쫄병이 돼주지. 야.
We need a count of how many times they say bastard on the show.
가짜가 없겠어?
I would like to know what if there's a closer equivalent translated word though.
좋아. 가자. 그 물망쳐가 배짱 있다야. 역시 난 놈이야. 이 주변으로 온통 놈들이
I feel like bastard could be a stylistic choice of the person translating this.
저놈들이 뒤를 따라가 봅시다. 아이쿠, 또 속았구나. 두더지 포연대장 이놈. 이 물망.
That's twice this episode at least.
가만 좀 기다려. 카카, 보석 목걸이를 찾았습니다.
뭐라고?
물망초가 두더지 포연대장 놈을 죽이고 어리둥절해 있는 걸 내가 데려왔습니다.
물망초가?
카카, 경비 사병 물망초 두더지 포연대장 놈을 지키고 보석 목걸이를 찾아왔습니다.
역시 물망초답다. 자, 그럼 어디 보자.
이겁니다. 저 카카.
특별 보좌관과 족제부 대장한테서 호출 신호까지 알아낸 다음에 바치도록 해주십시오. 그래서 저의 죄를 씻고 각하의 동생 구실을
그렇단 말이지.
가자, 빨리 가자. 응? 이게 왜? 가자.
좋아. 과연 물망초는 내
Fantastic
동생을
kick.
불명하다. 특별보좌관, 우리의 용맹한 물망초가 두더지포 연대장을 죽이고 대장의 보석 목걸이를 빼앗아왔다. 이제 곧 그것으로 가겠다.
철갑상어가 무섭지 않습니까?
그것도 이젠 끝장이다.
줄다라미가 장난다. 줄다라마.
꼼짝 못하고 잡혔구나.
저 방탄실 안에 들어가십시오. 절대로 나오면 안 됩니다.
뭐야? 특별보좌관, 우리가 가지려고 서로 다투던 보석 목걸이가 보다시피 내 손에 들어왔어. 이걸 대장 각하에게 드리고 데려가야겠어. 자. 검사님! 진짜 물망차는 여기 있어!
빨리 쏘아라!
Right into the helicopter door. That's 3 times at least since I started counting.
줄다라마, 빨리 가라. 빨리.
안 돼! 이놈들아!
Or
줄다라마, 지체면 기름이 떨어져. 기지까지 갈 수 없어. 빨리 가라. 빨리. 야, 네가 그러면 놈들의 철갑상어가 우리 꽃동산에 달려든단 말이야. 줄다라마, 공소가.
no.
누가 불러서 가는가? 누가 반겨서 가는가? 이 길을 가야 내고 상소하는 붉은 가쇼지니 내 스스로 가는 길 되돌아갈 길은 있어도 폭풍을 뚫고서 가리라 이 길을 가야 내고 상소하는 언제나 부르리라 내 스스로 가는
I knew it. There we go, episode 22. I just found this funny video. Check this out. This guy's hilarious. He looks drunk as all hell.
Do British people have culture?
English people do not have culture. They are uncultured. They've just stolen from the entire globe. They are essentially racist people because we just stole from the entire planet. Our national dish is chicken tikka masala. What the is that about? We have about as much culture as a bit of pavement that's been painted over of horse.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you're not. I guess you're not subscribed. You shouldn't need the commas though. If you unlocked it with the labor vouchers, you should be able to just type it without those two. You got 2 colons there. What's up with that? That guy was great. bet if you got rid of those two. Did you redeem labor vouchers for it, Red? Alright, we're gonna read some Redskin White Mass here. I'll struggle to find the buttons later. Oh yeah, wait. First I wanted to show you all this Richard Wolff on Bill Maher. This is from 2014, but I haven't seen it much on YouTube, and I was like, oh my goodness. I had to share this with you all.
First up, he is a visiting professor of economics at the New School University and the author of Democracy at Work. Please welcome Richard D. Wolff. Professor. How are you, Professor?
Pretty good.
Thank you so much for being here. I'll tell you why you're here. I did a story on the show a couple of weeks ago. I read in USA Today that they had crunched these numbers and found out that to reach the American dream, what the typical American dream, they weren't asking for the world, you know, a vacation, you know, a car, not 2 cars, live with, you know, maybe go out to dinner once a week, not crazy stuff. It would cost a family of 4 $130,000 a year just to live like that. And the median income is $51,000, to say nothing.
Comrade Red Falcon, welcome.
Is that my analogy is a rushing river. You know, rivers only go in one direction. The Chinese actually tried to, or maybe they did, to change the course of rivers. They moved them. That's quite an exercise in hubris when you're thinking make the river flow backwards. To me, institutions have to be grafted on the way communism was Marxism. I mean, you don't think we already discredited that system? Because my theory, and of course, again, I'm not really a professor of economics, although I play one on TV.
Yes.
Is that my analogy is a rushing river. You know, rivers only go in one direction. The Chinese actually tried to, or maybe they did, to change the course of rivers.
Yes.
They moved them. That's quite an exercise in hubris when you're thinking make the river flow backwards. To me, institutions have to be grafted on the way human nature really is. You have to go with the flow of the river. Human nature is greedy and selfish. Capitalism, I think, is the system that takes advantage of that. I just say, put dams and locks on the rivers. But don't try to make the river flow in the opposite direction, which I think is what Marxism does.
Well, I think what happened is that people got excited about Marxism and took it in directions that we don't want to go in again. We have to learn from that. But people have done that with almost any system of thought, including the lovers of democracy, the lovers of capitalism. Some of them did things that in the name of that we don't agree with and that we want to learn what not to do. And I think the Soviet Union, China, and so on give us lessons in what not to do. But Marx was not a thinker about socialism and communism. He never wrote a book about it. His analysis was about capitalism.
Does he do that, Katrina?
What about it is positive and what about it isn't so positive, and how can we go further? I use this as a simple analogy. If you wanted to understand a family down
Richard
the street,
Wolff,
mother, father, couple kids, and one kid thought it was the greatest family ever, and the other kid said it was a disaster.
Welcome, Dorian.
If you wanted to understand the family, you'd want to talk to both kids. It's not a question of which one is right or wrong, but you want the understanding of the celebrator and you want the understanding of the critic. Marxism, in the way that Marx wrote about it, is the analysis of capitalism from the perspective of a critic. And I think we would only be better off if we had followed a little bit of that, so we would understand better the problems of capitalism. We would handle them a bit better.
I'm wondering if any system...
Mayor?
I'm wondering if there's any system that really is going to work in the future when it seems like workers are facing this storm of automation. They can't stop that.
I mean,
robots take people's job, and when they don't, it's people in countries overseas who work for a fraction of what people work for here in America. I mean, that's only going to get worse. How are we going to deal with that?
Well, I think that's very crucial to understand how serious that has been. You know, the early histories of capitalism in our country and other parts of the world, for the last 200 years, we built up an industry in the North America, Western Europe, Japan, those places. Capitalists made money there and they built their industries there. But the logic of capitalism, which is to make a buck and to make as many bucks as you can, has now in the last 30 years said, Why are we doing this in the countries of North America, Western Europe, where the wages are pretty high, where the workers have struggled successfully to have a middle class? We don't want that anymore. We can do much better with the modern jet engine, with the modern telecommunications. We can produce far away in China and India and Brazil, paying a tiny fraction of the wages, and boy, are we going to make a lot of money. And that's what they've been doing, and that's what they're going to continue to do. And it means that the old centers of capitalism, us, are in a position of being abandoned by the very system that brought us up, but is now moving on. And if we don't do something as a nation to hold that in, to prevent that from continuing, we're looking at a situation in which cities like Detroit and Cleveland that we now see as such problems are going to become much more typical of our country than even they are now. And I find that a very scary proposition, and I'm doubly scared by the fact that we seem to be a nation that is wary of confronting the problems of capitalism because we have this history of a one-sided celebration.
I think.
So there you go. Bill Maher is a piece of just utter. I cannot stand listening to the guy at all either. I feel like Wolf spends a lot of time parlaying to the liberal audience to get them to consider Marx or criticism of capitalism, albeit I consider that to be the limit and focus of Wolf's work, yeah. I mean, Wolf, like right there, even right there at the beginning of that talk, like the one criticism I have is the way he goes on about, oh, how there used to be this large middle class and now we're all losing this position. And it's like, yeah, from one perspective, it's like all those things existed, you know, at the expense of colonialism and imperialism in many such cases. And liberation struggles, both at home and abroad, are part of the reason for the tightening of that, right? Just funny that he doesn't mention anything like that in any of his analyses, hardly ever. I don't hear it. Anyway, maybe I don't listen to enough Wolf. I could be totally off base, but I feel like I don't hear him talk about colonialism or anything like that very much at all. Which, how can you talk about capitalism and imperialism and everything else here in the West without mentioning the role colonialism and the theft of like that land plays in that, you know? Doesn't make sense to me, really. Don't think you've heard him either, Dorian. By the way, Dorian, check it out. We got a new bit redemption here, which I will maybe make a sound alert somewhere else sometime as well. But since you came in with that,
Cyprian Konto Alliance, shoot to kill, Yamaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa. Attention.
now we're talking, right? Now we're cooking. Yeah, comrades are saying, I see every comrade in chat here saying, certainly never heard him address land back. And again, how can you be an economist? This is my problem, even with the left wing. How can you be economist and like not ever mention the role that the fucking stolen land plays in generating all this wealth? Like, yeah, labor plays a role too, but that labor is existing on top of this land as well as the resources. Welcome, Frank. Hope you're well today. You're doing a rebrand, Katrina? Am I reading that right? Well, like I said, he's never going to mention land back because he's publicly pro-Israel. Is he really? Wolf is? Sean? My voice, like, I almost went back in a couple ages there when I read that. Did you hear my voice? I did not know that. Really? Jesus Christ, that is fucking disappointing. Frank hit a major milestone, writing milestone, just an hour ago after pulling an all-nighter. Well, congratulations. By the way, I forgot I didn't get around to shouting out. Now that there's a little bit of a gathering in here. So, we are now, I'm assuming everybody's gathering around for, in the circle for our read today. Tuesday theory time, we call it. And once we're done reading, I also have some news I was going to talk about. And I also have, if we still have time after that, I was going to look at from our journal, Peaceland Bread. We've got like a couple poems and stuff here that you comrades might be interested in seeing. So if there's time when we're done reading, we could get to that. Who knows? By the way, congratulations, comrades. You're gonna get me to play Getting Over It on Sunday. So be sure to keep your notifications on Sunday so that you can tune in and watch me suffer through at least 2 hours of that. It might be longer, who knows? Wolf sucks. He's not the worst. I mean, but no better than Bernie is still, like, as far as I'm concerned, like war criminal, semi-genocidal. Like I'm sorry, Bernie is not anybody to champion, right? Like Bernie is just as genocidal as any other imperialist by the end of the day. He might try to make it sound a little more flowery or something, but he voted to bomb nations multiple times. Once you do that, once you vote to bomb and like interfere in foreign nations, I'm gonna go ahead and say that you're a fucking war criminal. And he voted to bomb Yugoslavia, right? As well as increase military spending another time. Yeah. He just wants to just slightly, he's like every other labor, quote unquote, bourgeois labor leader, right? And all he really wants to do is slightly expand the settler labor aristocracy at the expense of First Nations, while playing this like hollow lip service to First Nations struggles sometimes. That's about as far as Bernie ever goes in that direction. And then on imperialism, he's possibly even worse, of course. Israel has the right to defend itself. No, it fucking does not. That any violence against a settler colonial state is defense, by definition. A settler colony cannot fucking defend against the indigenous population, right? They're aggressing in all circumstances. There's no context where they're not aggressing in that relationship. Right, Essentialism and the Gender Politics of Aboriginal Self-Government. Chapter 3. Red Skin, White Mask, link is at the top. Theorists who advocate a politics of difference, fluidity, and hybridity in order to challenge the binaries of essentialism have been outflanked by strategies of power. Michael Hart and Antonio Negri, Empire. In this chapter, I explore in detail the second cluster of concerns often associated with the politics of recognition, briefly identified in my introductory chapter. These criticisms have tended to focus on the empirically problematic and normatively suspect character of recognition claims based on quote-unquote essentialist articulations of collective identity. According to social constructivist proponents of this line of critique, when claims for cultural accommodation are grounded on essentialist expressions of group identity, they can too easily be deployed to justify repressive and authoritarian demands for group compliance, on the one hand, or sanction unjust practices of exclusion and marginalization on the other. Without certain guaranteed rights and state institutional mechanisms in place to ensure that problematic cultural norms and practices remain open, democratic deliberation and group contestation, it has been argued that a self-determining status of subaltern individuals within minority groups, especially women and children, will remain at risk. Israel has a right to defend. I'm gonna just go ahead and trust my chat to be able to handle this, but I mean, yeah, Israel definitely has no right to defend. Again, Israel in no context is even defending itself. It is the foreign aggressor. It is a settler colony. It is therefore, by definition, a foreign aggressor. Recognizing that social constructivist critiques of the politics of culture and identity encompass a vast range of theoretical and disciplinary perspectives, in this chapter I will focus more narrowly on the work of political theorist Celia Benhabib, whose contribution represents what I see as an important yet problematic attempt to bridge the gap between the insights afforded by social constructivist theory, what she views as the deliberative norms and processes that ought to guide and frame democratic practice. In doing so, I argue that Benhabibi's anti-essentialist critique works in concert with a status feature of her deliberative democratic theory, which functions to inadvertently sanction colonial hierarchies. This argument can be broken into the following two claims. First, I contend that when examined through the lens of indigenous people's struggles, Benhabibi's social constructivist critique of the politics of recognition tends to not only overestimate the emancipatory potential of anti-essentialist criticism, but more importantly, it also fails to address the full breadth of power relations that often serve to proliferate exclusionary, authoritarian community practices and articulations of identity to begin with. In this regard, I align my work with the growing number of scholars who've begun to critically interrogate anti-essentialist criticism when uniformly applied to a range of conceptually distinct and power-laden contexts. My second claim is directed more squarely at the status character of Benhabibi's deliberative democratic critique of the politics of recognition. Here I contend that when anti-essentialist theories of cultural identity are projected as a universal feature of social life and then employed as a justificatory measure for evaluating the legitimacy of claims for recognition within and against the uncontested authority of the colonial state, they can inadvertently sanction the very types of domination and inequality that both social constructivist and deliberative democratic projects ought to mitigate. This is especially the case with respect to indigenous claims for recognition, which often throw into question, either implicitly or explicitly, the legitimacy of the state's assumed role as arbiter in contestations over recognition. This chapter is organized into 4 sections. The first section provides a brief sketch of the constructivist critique of the politics of recognition. Ben-Habibie offers in The Claims of Culture, Equality, and Diversity in the Global Era. As with my previous engagements with Charles Taylor in Chapter 1, although I focus largely on Ben-Habibie's work here, mainly of the conclusions reached in this section are by no means limited to her contribution alone. In the second section, I provide a history of Indigenous women's struggle against sexist provisions of the Indian Act, and an examination of the ways in which this history of struggle informed an Indigenous feminist critique of the gender dynamics, underwriting the decade-long effort of mainstream Aboriginal organizations to secure a constitutional right to self-government in Canada. In the next section, I argue that although Ben-Habibie is correct to highlight the ways in which preservationist claims to cultural recognition can and have been used by male segments of colonized societies to justify oppressive gender practices, her critique fails to adequately address the colonial context within which these practices have come to flourish. And finally, in the last section, I argue that insofar as Ben-Habibie's theory uncritically positions the colonial state as a legitimate arbiter of indigenous recognition claims, her argument is itself ironically premised on the racist, essentialist assumption that indigenous peoples were so uncivilized at the time of European contact that they did not constitute self-determinative subjects in relation to the states they eventually asserted sovereignty over them. Yeah, fuck that bullshit. Social constructivism and deliberative democracy. Yeah, yikes, to say the least. Right, Dorian? Ben-Habibie's The Claims of Culture, Equality, and Diversity in the Global Era sets out to establish a model of deliberative democracy that is capable of accommodating universal demands for individual freedom and equality, along with identity-specific demands for the recognition of cultural differences. According to Ben-Habibie, the task of those who are simultaneously committed to a politics that values both cultural diversity and democratic equality should, quote, to create impartial institutions in the public sphere and civil society where the struggle for recognition of cultural differences and the contestation of cultural narratives can take place without domination, unquote. In order to accomplish this task, Ben-Habibie insists that one reject claims for recognition founded on the essentialist and therefore potentially authoritarian conceptualizations of culture and group identity. Identity movements that do not seek to preserve the, quote, purity or distinctiveness of cultures, unquote, Ben-Habibie boldly asserts, are simply irreconcilable with both democratic and more basic epistemic considerations. Ben-Habib opens her critique by challenging the empirical foundation upon which most contemporary theorists of mosaic multiculturalism, quote-unquote, are based, which she terms the reductionist sociology of culture. Quoting the work of Terence Turner, Ben-Habib contains that advocates of this form of multiculturalism often embrace the simplistic, sharply delineated concept of cultural identity, which, when institutionalized in the form of public policy, risks, quote, essentializing the idea of culture as the property of an ethnic group or race. It risks reifying cultures as separate entities by overemphasizing the internal homogeneity of cultures in terms that potentially legitimize repressive demands for communal conformity, and by treating cultures as badges of group identity. It tends to fetishize them in ways that puts them beyond the reach of critical analysis. Unquote. Beyond potentially legitimizing these repressive practices, Ben-Habib claims that the reductionist approach yields a number of other illiberal consequences, including, quote, 1. The drawing of too rigid and firm boundaries around cultural identities, 2. The acceptance of the need to police these boundaries to regulate internal membership and authentic life forms, 3. The privileging of the continuity and preservation of cultures over time as opposed to their reinvention, reappropriation, and even subversion. And 4. The legitimation of cultural controlling elites through a lack of open confrontation with their culture's inegalitarian and exclusionary practices. Unquote. In contradiction to this reductionist approach, Ben-Habib draws on the work of Homi Bhabha and others to defend a constructivist view of identity in which all cultures constitute fluid systems of meaning and representation that are continually constructed and reconstructed through complex dialogues and interactions with other cultures. Cultures are thus fluid, porous, and contested phenomena, which are internally riven by conflicting narratives. Ben-Habib assures us, however, that this position is not meant to imply that cultures are unreal or fictional entities. Quote, cultural differences run very deep and are very real, insists Ben-Habib. The imagined boundaries between cultures are not phantoms in deranged minds. They can guide human action and behavior as well as any other cause of human action. Unquote. I've never read Home before. Not strictly communist, I'm assuming, right? Where are they? Also, unlike the reductionist perspective, Ben-Habib aligns justice in multicultural and multinational contexts, not in terms of cultural preservation or autonomy, but rather with the inclusion of traditionally marginalized groups into a widening democratic dialogue, quote-unquote, with the citizenry, cultures, and institutions of the surrounding society. In order to facilitate this robust form of inclusion, Ben-Habib proposes a dual-track model of deliberative democracy that stresses, quote, maximal cultural contestation in the public sphere, end quote, as well as the institutions and associations of civil society. An anti-colonial writer? Well, we might have to get to them eventually then. We do like to center anti-colonial theory here, especially. Which I do include Juche in, by the way. So long as recognition-based claims adhere to the cultural constructivist inclusion paradigm and allow for the contestability of cultural norms, practices, and boundaries in and through the institutional matrix of civil society and the state, then certain forms of, quote, legal pluralism and institutional power sharing through regional and local parliaments, end quote, can be and ought be accommodated. To ensure that pluralist institutional arrangements meet this standard, Ben-Habibie poses a baseline of 3 normative conditions that ought to be met by any cultural group seeking recognition and accommodation. These conditions are egalitarian reciprocity. Members of cultural, religious, linguistic, and other minorities must not, in virtue of their membership status, be entitled to lesser degrees of civil, political, economic, and cultural rights than the majority. Voluntary self-ascription. In consociationalist or federative multicultural societies, an individual must not be automatically assigned to a cultural, religious, or linguistic group by virtue of his or her birth. An individual's group membership must permit the most extensive form of self-ascription and self-identification possible. There will be many cases when such self-identifications may be contested, but the state should not simply grant the right to define and control membership to the group at the expense of the individual. It is desirable at some point in their adult lives, individuals be asked whether they accept their continuing membership in their cultural communities of origin. Freedom of exit and association. The freedom of the individual to exit the ascriptive group must be unrestricted, although exit may be accompanied by the loss of certain kinds of formal and informal privileges. However, this wish of individuals to remain group members, even while out marrying, must not be rejected. Accommodations must be found for intergroup marriages and the children of such marriages. Now, Ben-Habibie is not talking about what society looks like now. This is their prescriptive recommendations for society, basically. After outlining these normative requirements, Ben-Habibie concludes that although, quote, cultural groups may not be able to survive as distinct entities under these conditions, unquote, securing them is nonetheless necessary if legal pluralism in liberal democratic states is to achieve the goals of cultural diversity, as well as democratic equality, without compromising the rights of women and children. Under Ben-Habibie's deliberative model, only demands for recognition that adhere to the above standards and do not deny the contestability of cultural norms and practices can ensure the well-being of individual group members. Here, the cultural preservationist impulses of essentialism are clearly portrayed as overly restrictive and rigid, while the inclusive domain of social constructivism is cast as democratic and emancipatory. Excuse me, Shunt? I'm gonna let my chat address that if they want. Yeah, think about what you have said. Just sit in timeout, think about what we're reading. Like that one is suspicious. Didn't already. No, where is Commander Red? Yeah, if Twitch chat, you can my mods in here. I trust you to you can address whatever, find out what they actually say, and then Of course, I trust your, free hand to ban. You don't need my permission to ban, as you know. What's up, ZV? No problem. We're at a little. I'm at a good stopping point right here to do a little chat anyway. Since we're on the next section. What is my opinion about corporeal punishment? Well, I don't believe in any kind of. I mean, yeah, no sort of corporeal punishment. Yeah. What did the corporal? Yeah, I definitely don't support. I mean, if we're talking like a death penalty or something in a socialist society, I understand why they exist. But corporeal punishment is in punishment that exists just to cause harm. Definitely not. I mean, even like DPRK. Yeah, no, nothing like that. For sure. Even in the context of a correctional system, like I'm of the same view as DPRK, where any kind of thing like that is a form of torture, right? Whether it's children or whether it's adults. And if it's even done in a correctional setting where somebody is there for in a correctional facility for committing crimes or whatever, it doesn't rehabilitate them, right? As we have seen time and time again. And then you could even take it further and like consider something like solitary confinement to be a form of corporeal punishment because it's mentally damaging, right? Yeah, whether you mean children or correct in a correctional facility or whatever you mean, I don't. And I don't even believe in personally as a father myself, I'm not someone who believes in like punishment or grounding or whatever. They're independent human beings. You can reason with them. It's not that hard if you don't start them down. Like it's like any other person that's like moldable by their environment around them in many ways. Welcome, Gonzo. Hope you were good today, comrade. Like with a child, you can reason with them as an independent human, as an independent person, right? You can reason with them just like you can with an adult and explain things with them. You can be their caregiver and you can be their teacher without punishing or whatever correctional measures. That shit is so often just a cover for abuse. Someone give me 420 labor vouchers if you got them. Hey, Cinnamon, welcome, comrade. Thank you, Kanakami. Get a little puff in before we start this next section. I'm curious, ZV, what is your position on corporeal punishment? Like even when someone commits a crime, I think it doesn't redeem anybody. Gotta live up to my name, Kanakami. It's bad as I've been through this situation myself. Yeah, well, we're definitely on the same page there then. like again, as a father, one thing I always said I wasn't gonna do is like that. The whole punishing that it doesn't do anything. It just I don't know. It just ends up at the end of the day. I think like at best it makes your child rebel against you. At best, and at worst you cause trauma. Indigenous women, gender discrimination, and Aboriginal self-government, a history. Full history of our aunties. Before 1985, all federally registered First Nations women who married non-native men were forced to relinquish their Indian status under sexist provisions of the federal government's 1876 Indian Act. Like many aspects of Canadian Indian policy, the state's gendered criteria for determining who is eligible to claim Indian status, quote unquote, under the law predates Canadian Confederation. In 1850, definitions of status were generally broad in scope and included, quote, any person with Indian birth or blood, any person reputed to belong to a particular group of Indians, and any person married to an Indian or adopted into an Indian family, unquote. With respect to those individuals who acquired status through marriage, this early definition stated that any non-Aboriginal or non-status woman who married a status male would herself acquire status, but the same was not true for non-Aboriginal men married to status women. Although the 1850 legislation did not yet lay out the terms under which a status woman could expect to lose her status for marrying a non-status man, it nonetheless established for the first time a definition of quote-unquote Indian that was tightly associated with patrilineal descent. Unquote. Not a quote. Unquote Glenn. In the years to follow, state-sanctioned gender discrimination within the field of Indian policy would escalate dramatically. As I mentioned, like relatives of mine, their entire community was destroyed and split apart because the leaders of the community were women. There was no male leaders of the community, like political leaders whatsoever. Which is why the government refused to recognize the community and broke it up. For instance, under provisions of the 1869 Act for the Gradual Enfranchisement of Indians, status Indian women were legally excluded from the right to receive inheritances from their husbands. They were denied the right to vote and participate in formal band politics, and they could be declared enfranchised without consent upon the enfranchisement of their husbands. Finally, Section 6 of the Gradual Enfranchisement Act stated that any status woman who married a non-status man would lose all rights and benefits commonly associated with membership in a federally recognized Indian community, including the right to reside on reserve and receive housing there, federally subsidized health care, post-secondary education, and so on. All of these sexist provisions were incorporated into Canada's Indian Act in 1876. A lot of traditional matrilineal nations in the US got turned into mini American governments. Yeah. Yeah, if they couldn't turn them into a patriarchal like system, then they would just destroy them and scatter them to the other communities, right? Ignorance is bliss, even to those who act as if they know more than others. You know what? I'm just gonna play this. I'm gonna play this again. It's like the third time now.
Kichi, Kichi, Kichima. Cyprian Konto Alliance. Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa. Attention.
Yeah. See ya.
You clicked the don't fucking debate thing when you went to chat, you motherfucker. Now you don't get to talk to anyone. You saw one of the African presidents went to meet Putin, yeah. I did, and I have a Malma talk that I want to get to. If we probably won't get to it today, but we'll watch it tomorrow for sure. We're gonna watch the whole addressed at the EFF diplomatic breakfast, which is where I have seen clips from it on Twitter a few times, but the whole thing will be good. Yeah, Burkina Faso. And like he appointed one of Thomas Sankara's like pupils or something, right? To a position, I remember reading. Definitely encouraging things happen in Africa overall, I think. Although First Nations women have always resisted the state's attempt to dispossess them of their rights to land and community membership, it was not until the late 1960s and early 1970s that their efforts began to gain national coverage, if not success. This period witnessed the establishment of organizations such as the Indian Rights for Indian Women, incorporated in 1970, and the Native Women's Association of Canada, 1974. Both of which would help to advance the fight of Native women against patriarchal structure of Indian legislation. In particular, these groups were instrumental in organizing enfranchised Native women around the questions of gender equality and political empowerment at the local, national, and international levels. Oh, Cinnamon, I could definitely tell that your shaking of the head was from the person being ejected from chat. And that's what happens when we live dangerously here in the politics category. But, you know, the autistic urge to categorize the stream correctly compels me too much to label it otherwise. 3 foundational legal challenges emerged from this period of Indigenous women's activism. 1. Lavelle versus Canada in 1971. 2. Bedard versus Isaac in 1972. And 3. Lovelace versus Canada in 1981. The first 2 legal challenges sought to force a repeal of the sexist provisions of the Indian Act, by challenging in court their lack of conformity with Canada's 1960 Bill of Rights. In Lavelle versus Canada, this involved a challenge to Section 12, 1B of the Indian Act, a provision containing the infamous marrying out clause. In his decision, Judge Grossberg of the Ontario County Court ruled against Lavelle, arguing that in losing the limited rights and benefits associated with Indian status, Lavelle had acquired the full and equal rights of Canadian citizenship, thus rendering her charge of discrimination obsolete. What fucking kind of... Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. I gotta read that again. You see the settler logic there? Judge Grossberg of the Ontario County Court ruled against Lavelle, arguing that in losing the limited rights and benefits associated with Indian status, Lavelle had acquired the full and equal rights of Canadian citizenship, thus rendering her charge of discrimination obsolete. You motherfucker. In Grossberg's words, quote, "In my view, the equality which should be sought and assured to the appellant upon her marriage is equality with all other Canadian married females. The appellant has such equality. The appellant has therefore not been deprived of any human rights or freedoms contemplated by the Canadian Bill of Rights." Unquote. Woman's like, so in other words, they're like, can I get some, can I have some rights? You got rights at home. Meanwhile, the rights at home. No clean drinking water, etc. So on and so forth. The second case involved Yvonne Betard, a Mohawk woman whose band sought to evict her and children from a house bestowed to her by her mother. Betard argued in court that the only reason the band could legally claim the right to do so was because she had married a non-status man, and thus lost her status and the associated right to live on reserve, which she claimed contravened by the gender equality provisions outlined in the Bill of Rights. In the end, both Lavelle and Betard lost their cases at the federal level, but were successful at gaining appeals, and their claims were eventually heard simultaneously by the Supreme Court of Canada. During the period leading up to the Supreme Court's decision, Lavelle and Betard were subject to ruthless criticism within First Nations communities and by mainstream First Nations political organizations. As Lenape scholar Joanne Barker notes, in making their stand, both women were routinely accused of, quote, being complicit and even conspiring with the kinds of colonialist, assimilationist, and racist ideologies, unquote, propagated by the government bureaucrats and Department of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, DIAND, administrators. In particular, the two women's appeals to baseline feminist norms regarding gender equality rights were often included as evidence of the culturally inauthentic character of their concerns. As Barker describes, quote, demonizing an ideology of rights perceived to be based on selfish individualism, personal entitlement, and damned for being women's libers out of force, bands into compliance with this ideology. The women and their concerns and experiences of discriminatory and violent sexist practices within their communities were dismissed as embodying all things not only non but anti-Indian. Indians' women's experiences, perspectives, and political agendas for reform were perceived as not only irrelevant but dangerous to Indian sovereignty movements. Unquote. Perceived cultural clash between the individual rights of Native women and the collective rights of First Nations communities to recognize the self-determination-led organizations, like the National Indian Brotherhood, renamed the Assembly of First Nations in 1982, to intervene against Lavelle and Betard in their cases, arguing with the Attorney General of Canada the Indian Act ought to supersede subsequent legislation, including the gender equality stipulations outlined in the Canadian Bill of Rights. Jesus. In March of 1973, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled against Lavelle and Betard in a 5-4 decision, and in doing so upheld the patriarchal criterion for determining Indian status under Section 12(1)(b) of the Indian Act. Among the numerous points made in his majority decision Justice Ritchie argued, quote, that equality before the law under the Bill of Rights means equality of treatment in the enforcement and application of the laws of Canada before the enforcement authorities and the ordinary courts of the land, and that no such inequality is necessarily entailed in the construction and application of Section 12(1)(b), unquote. On this point, Justice Ritchie concurred with the lower court decision of Judge Grossberg, whom we recall argued that Lavelle's charge of discrimination was unsubstantiated, given that in losing her Indian status she had acquired the full and legal benefits of Canadian citizenship. The second significant point made in the decision was that the Bill of Rights should not be allowed to, quote, render inoperative, unquote, the federal government's constitutional authority to legislate with respect to the Indian and lands reserved for Indians, as dictated by Section 91(24) of the BNA Act of 1867. Sandra Lovelace, a Maliseet woman from the reserve community Tobique, New Brunswick, mounted a next major legal intervention, but this time at the international level. Lovelace's efforts initially began in the 1970s as part of a community-wide struggle to address her reserve's escalating housing and homelessness crisis. At issue during this period were the ways in which the Tobique Band Council had interpreted Indian Act legislation to exclude community women from acquiring property on reserve. Over time, however, the intolerable living conditions experienced by the women of Tobique coalesced into a movement to change the Indian Act itself. Because Lovelace had lost her status after marrying a non-status man, when she returned to reserve with her children after her divorce, the band was unwilling to provide her with access to housing. Women in the community began to mobilize around the Lovelace case, which in the winter of 1977 was brought to the United Nations Human Rights Committee. In her complaint, Lovelace argued that Section 12(1)(b) of the Indian Act was non-compliant with the Article 27 of the International Covenant on the Civil and Political Rights, which stipulates that in, quote, those states in which ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities exist, persons belonging to such minorities shall not be denied the right to live in community with the other members of their group, to enjoy their own culture, to profess and practice their own religion, or to use their own language, unquote. While the United Nations Human Rights Committee was deliberating the case, the women and Tobique and their supporters initiated another strategy to force attention to the issues faced by Native women in Canada. In July of 1979, the women organized a 100-mile walk from Oka, Quebec to Parliament Hill in Ottawa. The direct action attracted significant national press coverage. Upon arrival, the women staged a major protest and were able to secure a meeting with the Prime Minister and several cabinet members. Protests resulted in the federal government committing $300,000 towards women's reserve housing in Tobique, although some have questioned whether the money ever reached those in most need. Finally, on July 30th, 1981, the committee rendered a decision in favor of Lovelace, ruling that Section 12(1)(b) indeed violated Article 27 on the grounds that it denied Lovelace the right to live in her community of culture. The timing of the United Nations decision in Lovelace versus Canada did not reflect well on the Canadian state. At the time, Canada was immersed in the process for repatriating its constitution from England, and the proposed repatriation package was to include a Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that would constitutionally entrench, among other things, gender equality rights. This eventually led to the federal government to repeal the provision of the Indian Act dealing with out marriages in 1985. This legislative initiative, known as Bill C-31, coincided with the 3-year grace period within which Canada had to amend all legislation shown to contravene its newly minted charter. Importantly, the Bill C-31 amendment also states that the bands have the right to create their own membership codes, although this clause requires that any membership rules established by a First Nation may not deprive current band members, those eligible to have their band membership reinstated, for reasons that occurred before new membership rules were adopted. Following the Bill C-31 amendment, thousands of enfranchised First Nations women and their children applied to have their Indian status reinstated. Since the implementation of BC 31, however, several First Nations communities have challenged the right of reinstated women to access to the benefits associated with band citizenship. As political scientist Joyce Green explains, quote, following the 1985 C-31 revisions to the Indian Act, a number of Indian bands drafted membership codes pursuant to the revised Indian Act. Some of the codes are racist and sexist in their effect, and some seem to resurrect the discriminatory formula of the pre-1985 Indian Act, now presumed as custom, quote-unquote. Yet the 1982 Constitution prohibits discrimination and guarantees Aboriginal and treaty rights equally to men and women, in order to prevent exited women and their children from being reinstated to their bands of origin. Several bands initiated a legal action, arguing that Aboriginal tradition legitimates the exclusion of women where they marry anyone other than a band member, and that this tradition was itself protected by the constitutional recognition of Aboriginal and treaty rights, unquote. Similar to the ways in which the efforts of Laville and Bertrand were constructed as traitorous to the indigenous traditions and sovereignty struggles discussed above, here again, we see how the gender equality claims and individual rights of reinstated women and children are pitted against the collective rights of First Nations to determine their own membership. The result, as Green notes, has been a dismissal of Native women's concerns as, quote, untraditional, and by extension as deleterious to Indigenous liberation, unquote. Which, as you know, if you're a fellow Lunu comrade in here, you know all too well probably in many nations why that is such a bull-faced lie. The next major cycle of Native women's struggles occurred during the post-1982 debates regarding the application of gender equality rights to the context of Aboriginal self-government. With the Constitution Act, 1982 came the recognition of, quote, existing Aboriginal treaty rights, unquote, under Section 35(1). Part 37 of the Constitution Act, 1982, further stipulated that within a year, a constitutional conference would be held to define the scope of these newly recognized rights, and that Aboriginal peoples, as well as representatives of the Northwest Territories and Yukon, would officially join provincial leaders as part of the negotiation process. There ended up being 4 of these conferences held between 1983 and 1987. The first conference, which took place in March 1983, resulted in the First Amendment to the Constitution Act in 1982. The amendment expanded on the definition of, quote, existing Aboriginal and treaty rights, unquote, to include constitutional recognition to those rights and benefits secured through negotiation of land claim agreements under Section 35(3), and to ensure that constitutional recognition of Aboriginal rights applied equally to male and female persons under Section 35(4). The gender equality provision enshrined in the 1983 amendment did not come about easily. There were two reasons for this. First, the meeting that resulted in the amendment, as well as the 3 constitutional conferences that followed, formally excluded Aboriginal women's organizations from participating at the negotiating table. Ridiculous. And second, among the 4 Aboriginal organizations invited to participate in the conference, the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis National Council, and Inuit Thaparacet of Canada, and the Native Council of Canada. Those were the organizations that participated. The largest and most powerful, the Assembly of First Nations, initially refused to endorse the amendment, arguing that it would unduly infringe on the authority of First Nations to determine membership criteria in light of their own perceptions of traditions and needs of Indian people. By the end of the conference's second day, however, the AFN modified its position, likely because it did not want to be perceived as promoting another agenda with gender discriminatory implications. Subsequently, on the final day of meetings, the AFN conceded that it would accept the sexual equality clause on the condition that, quote, the issue of citizenship be left for further discussions, unquote. The marginalization of Native women and organizations from 1983 to 87, constitutional conferences on Aboriginal rights would continue well into the era of attempted mega constitutional amendments, particularly those that ended in the failed Charlottetown Accord of 1992. The proposed Charlottetown Accord emerged in the ashes of its 1987 predecessor, the Meech Lake Accord, which was a failed constitutional amendment package negotiated by the then Prime Minister of Canada, Brian Mulroney, and the 10 provincial premiers. As I discussed in the following chapter, the Meech Lake Accord represented the federal government's attempt to bring Quebec, quote, back in, unquote, to the constitutional fold in the wake of the province's refusal to recognize the legitimacy of the newly repatriated Constitution Act, 1982. First Nations leaders overwhelmingly opposed the Meech Lake deal because it failed to recognize the political interests of First Nations. The failure to include Aboriginal perspectives on a major constitutional overhaul ultimately helped tank the deal. Yeah, hiding behind tradition to get away with fucking over women is so fucking ridiculous. Especially when you consider, I'm willing to bet that there are some people in nations saying that whose own nations were at one time not at all patriarchal, right? And that's the most disgusting part about it. The Charlottetown Accord picked up where Meech Lake left off, although with an attempt to make the process more inclusive. After a series of lengthy and intense negotiations, a proposed agreement was struck on August 28, 1992, between the federal government, the provincial and territorial governments, and Aboriginal representatives on a proposed series of amendments to the Constitution Act 1982. Among other things, the amendments sought to address issues concerning the distinct status of Quebec within the Confederation, the right of Aboriginal peoples to self-government, and parliamentary reform. In order to curb ongoing public concerns regarding the elitist and exclusionary character of negotiating major constitutional changes, the terms of the Charlottetown Accord were put to a national referendum on October 26, 1992, where they were ultimately rejected by the majority of Canadian voters. During the negotiation process, it became clear that many Aboriginal leaders and organizations wanted their communities vested with powers of self-government largely unencumbered by Canada, including its Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Although the negotiations leading up to the Charlottetown Accord made it clear that Aboriginal governments would not receive the degree of unfettered autonomy that many leaders had demanded during the process, in the end, a compromise was reached, whereby Aboriginal governments would, like their federal and provincial counterparts, be granted access to Section 33 of the Constitution Act 1982, otherwise known as the Notwithstanding Clause. Access to the Notwithstanding Clause would provide Aboriginal governments the power to opt out of or suspend those provisions of the Charter deemed impediments to self-rule. This led many supporters of the Native Women's Association of Canada to reject the Charlottetown deal, fearing that some Aboriginal governments might try to call out Section 33 as a means of undercutting the gender equality provisions underlined in the Charter. As Native Women's Association Canada explained in 1991, quote, "We are human beings and we have rights that cannot be denied or removed at the whim of any government. That is how fundamental these individual charter rights are. These views are in conflict with many First Nations and legal theoreticians who advocate for recognition by Canada of sovereignty, self-government, and collective rights. It is their unwavering view that the collective, quote-unquote, comes first, and that it will decide the rights of the individual. We recognize that there is a clash between collective rights of sovereign First Nations and individual rights of women, stripped of equality by patriarchal laws which created male privilege as the norm on reserved lands. First Nations women have had a tremendous struggle to regain their social position. We want the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to apply to Aboriginal women." Unquote. Considering that Native women's organizations were excluded from participating in the constitutional negotiations that resulted in the Charlottetown Accord, and that several First Nations band councils had openly admitted that they were looking for ways to circumvent the obligations placed on their governments by Bill C-31, including through the invocation of essentialist arguments based on male domination interpretations of culture and tradition. The concerns expressed by Native Women's Association of Canada were not without merit. As a result, unfortunately, it has been a zero-sum contest pitting the individual human right of Indigenous women to sex equality against the collective human right of Indigenous people to self-determination. Red says, "Don't underestimate how much colonialism can corrupt people. Even First Nations people have those in their mind, their own side with the interest of colonialism. One of the more difficult things in fighting against imperialism is struggling with your neighbors who have no reason to support the settler colonialist governments, but do so out of their own ignorance or opportunism." Completely agree, Red. I mean, it's honestly, it's more frustrating than, I mean, settlers are annoying and they're fun to laugh at, and it, you know, it is what it is, but it's honestly like more emotionally exhausting dealing with other First Nations people and trying to get them over some of, yeah, when you have people who are still like, oh, I even have family, you know, down south in Colorado, and some of them have even served in the U.S. military and like are still like proud of it, and like they've been scared of, I don't know, being discriminated against if they're anti-American in any way. So I don't know what it is, but I cannot. Some of them have blocked me. Let's just say that. Some of my family down south like that have blocked me because it fucking drives me. But we do have to try and reach them, however hard it is. Especially some of those ones, right? When it's your family in a nation that's fighting against actual settler colonialism and genocide, it feels all the more pressing to try and change the mind of those people around you. Social constructivism and settler colonial patriarchy. It's a Comrade Red says, as someone who is indigenous and has a lot of family back in the U.S., Native American men are the most overrepresented minority in the U.S. military, and it's no surprise. The military finds a lot of opportunity enlisting indigenous people because many tribes have been economically devastated by centuries of colonial policies. And it's the same here, right? And it's like, they wave this carrot in front of your face, and it's like, if you go and fight in the military, then you'll be provided for even further, and you can get out of. And they always frame it as like, get out of the reservation, right? That's the way they always try and frame it to people. You want to get out of the reservation, become a city native or whatever. And then while you're at it, why don't you just ship off to a fucking war overseas? And then when you're done, or if you get injured or something, they'll throw you in the trash, just like the trash they saw you as all along, right? We've all got reactionaries in her families, another chat member says. Several in mine, despite being previous generation that migrated here to escape the destabilization caused by the U.S. It's painful to see. And like I said, with someone in a situation like that where you're not part of the settler class or the white supremacy accepted group, then it feels all the more pressing to just change the minds of your family and those around you, I feel like. Like settlers all the time, I see them disowning their family members. Just I don't know, it's hard to explain. I'm sure a lot of the native comrades know exactly what I'm talking about, but it's like, settlers, like, all the time, they're like, okay, fucking done with my parents, disown you. It's like, France is like, we gotta reach them, like, please wake up from the nightmare. You have to wake up. It feels like they're like in a trance. We see this same contradiction around the world, another chat member says. The US sometimes using progressive sounding justifications for sanctions or regime changes, or NGOs, right? Reactionaries in targeted countries can easily turn anger at imperialism into anger at progressive causes. And then you see people in the West that fucking fall for that shit, and instead of calling out it is the cultural infiltration for what it is, it's like they focus on the dog whistle, on the scapegoat, right? And that's the exact goal of these NGOs focusing on those causes, is to create a scapegoat. So while out of one mouth they're pretending like they care about these progressive causes, on the other side they're selling them down the river and using them to fucking throw them under the bus and further harm their cause for democratic rights. So it's an attack against them also, right? It's an attack against both the colonial state and against those people. Oh yeah, I've had my share of exchanges with Vietnam and Cold War veterans back in the U.S., both indigenous and not. Yeah, and like I said, I've had family members block me, and if you're native, if you have a family member that blocks you, that's a serious thing. We really fought And these are my family members down south of different nations. All right. Social constructivism and settler colonial patriarchy. Next part. As the brief history depicted above indicates, those communities that have argued against the integration of reinstated First Nations women under Bill C-31 and or the protection of gender equality provisions in the context of Aboriginal self-government tended to rationalize their positions with reference to interrelated arguments, grounded claims to Indigenous sovereignty and cultural incommensurability. Jesus Christ. Incommensurability. That's a ridiculous word. According to the sovereignty position, the exclusion of First Nations women reinstated under Bill C-31 is justified on the grounds that First Nations governments, not the colonial settler state, had the fundamental right to determine, in accordance with their own cultures and political traditions, regulations, and govern membership in Indigenous communities. At face value, the sovereignty argument holds significant weight. In contexts such as Canada, where the legitimacy of Canadian sovereignty has been shown to rest on the problematic assumption that its claimed land base was terra nullius at the time of acquisition, it would indeed appear that First Nations ought to retain authority over the rules governing membership in their communities. In practice, however, the sovereignty argument has been deliberately shaped by the sexist grammar of state Indian legislation over time. Hey, look, it's funny. This is where the name Larry comes from, by the way, this name. As Mi'kmaq scholar Bonita Lawrence explains, quote, Indian legislation in the Indian Act is functioned so completely and yet so apparently and visibly along gendered lines that at present the rewriting of Indian identity under Bill C-31 in ways that target men as well as women are viewed as intense violations of sovereignty, while the gendered violations of sovereignty that occurred in successive Indian Acts since 1869 have been virtually normalized as the problems of individual women, unquote. According to Lawrence's analysis, if the sovereignty argument were taken seriously by First Nations communities, it would compel such communities to critically interrogate the sexist attack on Indigenous self-determination that has resulted in the historical dispossession of thousands of Indigenous women and their offspring through the Indians Act Oath Marriage Clause, instead of selectively limiting one's critiques to the imposition of Bill C-31 in 1985. Yeah, so if you don't know, a lot of comrades who have followed me for a very long time, you'll see, such as Comrade Red often does it, will refer to me as Comrade Shane still. Because that's technically my first name and the name that I've used for a long time. Another name that I go by is Lawrence, or short, which, as you might know, can be shortened to Larry, and that's where the Leaping Larry comes from. The cultural incommensurability position is the one that has fallen under the most scrutiny of social constructivist critics. It claims that respecting the gender equality rights of individual First Nations women, as stipulated, for example, under Section 15 of the Charter Rights and Freedoms and Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, clashes with the fundamentally collectivist orientation of Indigenous cultures and political traditions. As the Assembly of First Nations stated to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs in 1982, quote, as Indian people, we cannot afford to have individual rights override collective rights. Our societies have never been constructed in that way, unlike yours, and that is where the clash comes. If you isolate the individual rights from the collective rights, then you are heading down another path that is ever more discriminatory. The Charter of Rights is based on equality. In other words, everybody is the same across the country. So the Charter of Rights automatically is in conflict with our philosophy and culture, an organization of collective rights. Unquote. Under Ben Habibi's model, the situation described above is clearly unacceptable. In fact, one could argue that it provides a textbook example of broad provisionist demands for collective recognition should not outweigh the universal right of individual group members. Further, it also appears to demonstrate how the institutional accommodation of essentialist articulations of cultural identity through the allocation of unhampered self-government rights can facilitate the further exclusion of marginalization of a community's less powerful members, especially when this form of accommodation is not subject to the norms that guide deliberative democratic practice or adhere to the baseline conditions such as egalitarian reciprocity, voluntary self-ascription, and freedom of exit and association. In particular, the reliance by many First Nation leaders and organizations on arguments stressing incommensurability of liberal democratic and indigenous cultural conceptions of citizenship seem to lend credence to these concerns. However, although I agree with Ben Hebe's condemnation of these exclusionary practices as unjust, I nonetheless must challenge both her identification of the source as well as her prescriptive gestures towards a solution to these practices. I simply fail to see how developing a deliberative order that calls on the state to institutionally police a more open-ended, fluid, and contestable understanding of cultural identity through democratic deliberation can subvert the deeply entrenched relations of power at play here. Ben Habibi's anti-essentialist criticism includes two dimensions. It claims to be grounded on, first, an empirical understanding about the constructed nature of cultural identities, which he then, second, deploys in a normative argument in defense of gender justice for Aboriginal women and other marginalized members of cultural minorities. Indeed, I would argue that recognizing the social fact of cultural contestability is necessary, although insufficient, condition for cultivating what most deliberative Democrats posit as a just democratic order. In other words, what is convenient about the social constructivist position to the deliberative democratic project is that it justifies subjecting the cultural to the norms that guide deliberative conceptions of the political. That is, it renders cultural forms and practices subject to appropriative processes of public deliberation by free and equal citizens, quote unquote. When viewed from this angle, it would appear that the very possibility of cultivating a truly democratic and emancipatory multicultural, multinational politics hinges on cultural's so-called fluid and therefore a democratically negotiable nature. However, as such scholars as Michael Hart and Antonio Negri argue, the problem with this formulation that it assumes that the oppressive relations of power under scrutiny operate in a very precise manner. In short, the efficacy of the anti-essentialist interventions such as Ben Habibi's rest on the assumption that unjust configurations of power are produced and maintained primarily through the production and naturalization of hierarchical order binary oppositions, based on what appear to be a fixed or non-negotiable differences. Differences, say, between male and female, black and white, gray and straight, gay and straight, colonizer and colonized. And indeed, in contexts where oppressive hierarchies are primarily sustained through these naturalized divisions, the affirmation of, quote, hybridity and ambivalences of our cultures seem to challenge the binary logic of self and other that stands behind colonialist, sexist, and racist constructs. Indeed, that's true. Our ambivalences of our culture seem to challenge the binary logic of self and other that stands behind colonialist, sexist, and racist constructions. It's just like I always have said. Let's see if I can find it. But what does the strategic intervention have to say about situations where relations of dominance and subordination are neither primarily produced nor sustained through these essentialized binary oppositions? I ask because in the context of Indigenous women's struggle for community citizen rights, the binary logic that ought to be at the source of their marginalization is not readily apparent. There is no doubt that certain segments of the male native elite have problematically seized the language of cultural incommensurability, tradition, and self-preservation to justify the asymmetrical privileges that they have inherited from the subjectifying regime of sexist misrecognition under successive pieces of Indian legislation since 1869. But their reification and misuse of culture, in this case, cannot be understood without reference to the colonial context within which it continues to flourish. Quote, the constructivist viewpoint, while in some respects very useful, writes Bonita Lawrence, is also very deeply troubling to many Native people. Unquote. For Lawrence, what is lacking in too many constructivist analysis of supposed indigenous cultural essentialisms is a deep understanding of the complex web of oppressive social relations that anchor the Canadian state's relationship with indigenous nations, of which the gender production and maintenance of essentialist identity formations constitutes only one. As a result of this relationship, adverse social indicators such as poverty, unemployment, substandard housing conditions, infant mortality, morbidity, youth suicide, incarceration, women as victims of abuse and sexual violence, child prostitution are much more common in Indigenous communities than they are in any other segment of Canadian society. Whereas in educational success and retention, acceptable health and housing conditions, and access to social services and economic opportunity are generally far lower. These state-sanctioned conditions have made it difficult for some First Nations governments to provide an adequate system of support for the members they have now, let alone thousands of reinstated women and children. In fact, by thrusting these disadvantaged members into the hands of the communities without rectifying the profound inequalities that structure the relationship between Indigenous peoples and the state, the federal government has simply served to aggravate the problem within these communities even further. Not to mention, at least here in the US, the structures that the liberal settler system has created allows for mass and corruption, same as the one in disabled systems, for sure. And they look for compradors that they can then use to further their own agendas as well that don't actually represent the desires of their respective communities while claiming to. The essentialist defense of certain First Nations gender exclusionary practices also cannot be understood outside of the context of eliminatory logic of the state's historical approach to dealing with its so-called quote-unquote Indian problem. This logic is perhaps most forcibly exemplified in the federal government's proposed Statement of the Government of Canada on Indian Policy in 1969, also known as the White Paper. As Peter Kogolchi's recent work argues, the White Papers explicitly deployed a human rights framework of individual equality in an effort to do away with the collective Aboriginal and treaty rights of Indigenous nations. In this case, formal legal equality was used by the state as a wrecking ball that threatened to undermine Aboriginal and treaty rights by unilaterally enfranchising First Nations individuals as Canadian citizens under the law, while proposing to transfer reserve lands to First Nations communities as fee simple holdings, to subject to Canadian property laws and pressures of the capitalist market. This all to say that when the Assembly of First Nations expressed concern over the threat of, quote, individual rights overriding collective rights during self-government negotiations in the 1980s and 1990s, this was not solely an expression of internalized sexism articulated in patriarchal defense of custom and tradition, although for some it was unfortunately this too. It was also a conditioned response to a very real state proposal to eliminate First Nations as such. That's a key factor right there. I'm gonna let you sit with that for a sec while I have a drink of water. And by the way, in view of what he's saying here, I'll remind you all, right? This is what I always say, terse by accepting the colonizer understanding of gender and sex are, by extension, anti-indigenous as well. Because as we're seeing, a lot of these ideas do not come from traditional norms, right? But actually they come from colonialism, forced upon these people. Most nations, I would say, had it forced on them by colonialism. There are exceptions to that rule, I'm not going to deny that, but I would say that there's any nations that were strictly binary, I would probably have some arguments against that idea, I would say. It is also important to recall that the human right to equal treatment under the law was the rationale used to undermine the gendered violation of Indigenous sovereignty that resulted in the court challenges of Lavelle and Batard in the 1970s. Both court decisions used individual equality as exemplified by the rights of Canadian citizenship enshrined in the 1960 Bill of Rights to rule against the plaintiff's charge of gender discrimination via the Indian Act. Here, I suggest that the emergent liberal rights apparatus of the Canadian Bill of Rights provided the plaintiffs with a legal incentive to address their concerns in a manner that was ultimately ill-suited to the task of both gender justice for Indigenous women and self-determination for Indigenous nations. In such contexts, I simply do not see how In such contexts, I simply do not see how deliberatively policing hybrid cultural forms can subvert the colonial context within which these gendered practices flourish. Even if we were to provide institutional spaces within which one might deconstruct and expose the natives' elitist, sexist misuse of culture, means of maintaining patriarchal privilege, that's a fucking tongue twister there, we would still leave intact the host of other social relations that work in concert with patriarchy to inform the misuse to begin with. In effect, we would be locked in a vicious cycle of essentialist claims, making the identity deconstruction, having to repeatedly deliberate over and unpack problematic identity claims and practices, only to have them resurface in another place and context because we have failed to undermine the full conditions of their production. The assessment of Ben-Hebe's constructivist position should be interpreted as rehashing some reductionist model of oppression, where patriarchy is simplistically cast as some second order, abnormal effect of a more foundational problem of settler colonialism. What I am suggesting here is quite different. That the oppression faced by Indigenous women in Canada cannot be adequately understood when separated from the other axes of oppression that have converged to sustain it over time. The settler colonial context of Canada, these power relations of course include patriarchy, but also white supremacy, capitalism, and state domination. By focusing too narrowly on gendered character of essentialist cultural claims, Ben-Habib failed to take into consideration the multiplicity of ways in which these other dynamics have served to inform, indeed proliferate, these sexist practices. I mean, definitely reject liberal intersectionality, but at the same time, I would say condemn and reject those who are anti-intersectional and also consider themselves Marxist-Leninists and don't integrate that as just an inherent nature of Marxist-Leninist and scientific socialist theory in general. And I would argue if you don't incorporate that into your Marxist-Leninist or your scientific socialist stances, that you're not being a scientific socialist in general. You're being an opportunist. Well, sure, but we can argue over semantics all day. I mean, that's the thing, right? we can fucking define what we're talking about. We don't have to be scared of words like that. Again, we can reject the liberal intersectionality while also recognizing that there's plenty of good Marxist-Leninists who use the term to mean it in the correct manner. That is, that you should incorporate it by default into your politics as a communist. Again, that gets down to these semantic arguments that we have no need of having. I'm not saying be scared of words, I'm just saying which is exactly what I'm saying as well, that it's already incorporated in it, but as you see, there's opportunists who try to say that it's antagonistic to Marxism-Leninism, and it's important that you do your duty and fight against those people as well. That's my point. Social constructivism, colonial domination, and the state. In the previous section, I suggested that Ben-Habib's anti-essentialist critique of the politics of recognition represents both sociological Of course they're not new, but does that mean we don't fight against them? Of course not. We still have to fight against them. No matter how old they are. Just because they're 100 years old doesn't mean we can just let up on the fight against red-brown opportunists. They have to be resolutely combated as well as their incorrect ideas as they try to They literally tried to disrupt the movement, break it up into factions. Yeah, we literally live in a bizarre world where some people present themselves as communists. Well, know nothing except anti-communist tropes, and even are against like native liberation. They'll call themselves communists and be against First Nations liberation, be against liberation for trans people, gay people, etc. Or they'll deny that oppression on those lines even exists. Just because they existed for 100 years or more, no, even if they existed for 1,000 years, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight against them. That means that we should fight all the more ardently against them. Cast those opportunists from our midst. We want unity between proper Marxists and to cast distorters of Marxism aside. Isolate them from our movement. I do have that link, Lennon. 1 second. There you go, comrade. All right, now we're going to read the next part. Social constructivism and colonial domination.
Julian, books have stuff recorded down all over the years from people. And if we could find a book with someone that had similar problems, just take what they wrote down in the book and make it... fuck. Sorry, Trina. Take what they wrote down and make it ours.
That's what we're doing. In the previous section, I suggested that Ben Habibi's anti-essentialist critique of the politics of recognition represents both a sociological statement with the hybrid nature of cultural identities, as well as a normative project aimed at progressive social change. However, unlike more explicitly post-structuralist inspired theorists who tend to view anti-essentialist criticism as a potentially transformative practice in its own right, Ben Habibi moves beyond the realm of deconstructive critique and applies what she sees as the best insights of social constructivist thought to the development of deliberative project capable of accommodating justifiable demands for cultural recognition without violating individual claims to equality. In doing so, I claim she makes a very problematic move. Once she establishes the constructedness of cultural identities as a definitive feature of social life, she then proceeds to ground her normative position on what a political order ought to look like based on this universal depiction. What form ought this political order take? As noted previously, for Ben Habibi, it should comprise, quote, impartial institutions in the public sphere and civil society where the struggle for recognition of cultural differences and the contesting of cultural narratives can take place without domination, unquote. If group demands for cultural recognition meet this deliberative standard, there is no reason why the state should not provide legal and institutional accommodations for the group in question. This again is quite different from the standard post-structuralist position, which tends to view the institutionalization of any claim to universality with suspicion. Hey Bob, welcome comrade. Recently discovered this weird arc some people are on. They'll hang out in commie spaces saying anti-communist stuff, then we'll go on less explicitly lefty streams claiming they're communist. It's so weird. What? That is very strange. What arc is that? what strange what plot line have you stumbled into, Bob? This is concerning and terrifying all at once. But yeah, I listened to a leftist stream and went on about anti-communist nonsense for 2 hours. I'm something of a communist myself now. Welcome the Hodega. Welcome. Hope you're well today, comrade. We're getting to the last part of this chapter right here. Now, thus far, my critique has been directed fairly broadly at the colonial implications of what I have characterized as an uncritical normative privileging of cultural contestability in Habibi's social constructivism. Seen from this angle, Ben Habibi's deliberative approach appears problematic only insofar as it has appropriated this uncritical strand of constructivist thought. In this section, I want to flip the gaze around. That is, I want to examine more closely the colonial implication of Ben Habibi's statist model of deliberative democracy, and in doing so, show how her social constructivist commitments work in concert with this statism to reinforce a colonial structure of domination. I hope you're well today, Hodega. By the way, after this next couple paragraphs, I would approve of your Long John Silver meme. I don't doubt it. My concern here is that employing the so-called social fact of cultural contestability as standard against which democratic theorists, judges, policymakers, and the state ought to assess the legitimacy of claims of recognition, Ben Habibi's theory potentially sanctions the very forms of power domination that anti-essentialist democratic projects ought to mitigate. Have to grab COVID test. Dad tested positive and my household has been sick. That's 3 days. Oh no. No good, comrades. Sorry to hear that. I hope you all get well quickly. All right, Silver. We're actually almost at the end of this chapter, and then I'll just be like, and then we're just gonna like meander around the news and stuff for a bit. So as soon as I'm done this chapter, that will be perfect. Chapter, someone spent 420 labor vouchers, and then we'll watch Silver's meme. First, by placing the burden squarely on the shoulders of claimants of recognition to prove that their identity movements do not deny the contestability of cultural practices before they are eligible for institutional accommodation, Ben Habibi's model potentially renders rectifying forms of recognition and distribution unattainable for indigenous groups whose cultural expressions do not adhere to this excessively fluid form. Second, and more problematically, even if indigenous claims for recognition do manage to meet these criteria, her theory leaves uninterrupted the colonial social and political structure that is assigned to the adjunctive role of assessing recognition claims and enforcing post-deliberative claim decisions. Political theorist Duncan Iverson perceptively refers to this second problem as the quote-unquote legitimacy crisis faced by the most deliberative approaches when applied to colonial contexts. I will now discuss these two problems in turn. Chat member here says, America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Portuguese colony, Mexico, Latin America, and Spanish colonies from against these indigenous tribes areas. Christopher Columbus. Yeah, I was following you there for a bit, and then it sort of fell off a little bit there. I think I might understand what you're saying, but that kind of fell off there at the end. Are my mods still awake? If I have mods still awake, please keep an eye on this guy. Otherwise, chat, please. You know what's up. You know the rule. Everybody knows what the channels. We're all on the same page. Oh, I see a suggestion here by Sure, and again, just so you all know, when I'm gonna do that, Sean. Just so you know, though, I don't expect any sort of like commitment of time or anything like that. It's just if you happen to be here and you want to do stuff, you can do stuff. Even if you're here and you don't want to do stuff, that's fine. As you can see, I try and take care of most of the posting and stuff. But yeah. Exactly. Thank you, comrade. First, in many cases, indigenous people struggle for recognition and self-determination simply defy all protocols associated with social constructivist criticism. As Afrit Durlik has commented, quote, not only do they affirm the possibility of a real native identity, but they also assert for the basis of such an identity a native subjectivity that has survived, depending on location, as many as 5 centuries of colonialism and cultural disorientation. Not only do they believe in the possibility of recapturing the essence of pre-colonial indigenous culture, but they also base this belief on a spirituality that exists outside of historical time. In all of these different ways, indigenous ideology would seem to provide a textbook case of self-orientalization, unquote. Yep, everyone salute your new moderator, Commander Anarchist Laboratory Sean. Newest Juche Gang commander. Go forth and enforce the rules of the Juche Gang. Russian people are peaceful, I agree. I mean, I would argue most people are peaceful other than those captured by the reactionary ideologies, but yes.
Long live the People's Revolution!
China is you mean China's a communist, right? We're not delving into Putin as a communist type scenario. I mean, I support Putin, or I support Russia insofar as it is a progressive force in terms of what it's doing, like in relations with other socialist countries. But at the same time, we all cannot wait until, a new socialist Russia emerges. Yeah, the biggest opponent of Putin is the Communist Party. Durlik does not end his observations here. However, in other words, he goes on to discuss the ways that indigenous scholars and activists defend what would appear to be essentialist notions of indigeneity in their attempts to provide radical alternatives to, quote, the challenge of modern political organization, in particular the nation state, and offer possibilities that need to be considered seriously in any place-based democratic alternatives, unquote. to the hegemony of state and capitalist forms of domination. Yes, in some URL it doesn't, and you for those ones you gotta like. What I usually do, Lenin. Hold on, let me finish this one sentence. Our discussion of the place-based alternatives to colonial economic and political development, articulated by the Dene Nation in the previous chapter, provides an excellent example of such a project. Yes, so what I do, Lenin, if you have recording software like OBS, if you have let's see, if you have like recording software, you could just record it yourself and potentially use the sound that way with the file. Maybe convert it into a sound file if you have to. Possible. That's an interesting story. It's the masses that have to make socialism again in USSR, right? Putin isn't just gonna like Simpsons style turn the flip the switch like in that episode of Simpsons and be like, "Ha, we tricked you." It will happen. I have no doubt that socialism, will of course win again in Russia, but it won't be from Putin doing it voluntarily like that. Ben Habibi's intervention, however, focused solely on exclusionary features of essentialist identity formations, and this understanding is subsequently reflected in her deliberative approach. Do I still have... Hello, Dude Suit. Welcome, comrade. Do I still have... Yeah. Do I still have the Simpsons Lenin emote? I do. Check this out. Okay. I got a bunch here. How far are we away? We're 11 subscribers away from the next emote. And I've got the Lenin one here still. Look, I've got... How big can I make this? That big. Okay. See, I still got the Lenin one here. I've got Bubbles being like, "What the fuck?" when he looks at the paper. I got Leahy drinking a Texas Mickey. I've got those two being flipped off the bird. Trevor and Corey. This is from Pinko the Bear stream. So this is like a Juche. I'm sort of just made it into a GIF. And then I've even got the Simpsons face of, it's like the Good Doctor mixed with Grimes. I've got all of these. And if you do want me to replace, like, see, I got Fanon right now as tier 2. We could always talk about replacing some of these too if we want. I've got all the emotes. You want Lenin back as one of these, do you? Should Lenin replace one of these 4 animated emotes, comrades? Here, I'm putting it into chat. He can replace Pugelsari, Donkey Kong. Or respect. Yeah, the F is fairly new. I'm just glad it still exists. Good, okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna put this in chat and we'll see what happens and whatever. So Lenin could replace Eagle Pugelsari, Donkey Kong, or respect. Or it could all just stay the same. No, chat isn't really discussing if Putin will bring back Russia. We have a little bit of a, we had a little bit of a, who came in here? Welcome back, Sean. Yeah, this nomad here, a new chatter wandered in and is saying some stuff that we're trying to understand what they're actually saying. I'm actually reading Red Skin, White Masks. And by the way, here's so just so you know, here's the here's a preview of all the animated ones that we have right now. Yeah, as you might be able to see, Zoot, we're streaming in the politics channel, which, as you know, can be a dangerous endeavor sometimes. All right, I shall start. I don't think you can compare Putin with Gaddafi like that, though. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that statement. I'm letting chat continue to deal with that. I see I got an active mod back here because I think I saw Anarchist Library Sean just say something, right? I'm gonna continue reading and I'm gonna let chat and my mod deal with our new chatter. Ben Habibi's intervention, however, focused solely on exclusionary features of essentialist identity formations. This understanding is subsequently reflected in her deliberative approach. The potential problem here, of course, is that by theoretically and institutionally privileging recognition claims that adhere to an infinitely negotiable concept of culture, it is unclear what indigenous claims Ben Habibi's deliberative model would be willing or able to accommodate. For one, almost every indigenous demand for recognition that I can think of is couched, at least in part, in the vernacular of cultural survival and autonomy, and rightfully so. Given the history of genocidal state assimilation policies that indigenous people and communities have been forced to endure. Thus, as Afrik Durluk and Roxanne Prezon caution, even when the emancipatory potential of seemingly essentialist indigenous claims are not readily apparent, it is crucial to, quote, distinguish between claims of identity of the powerful and the powerless. Because the powerless may face such threats, including on occasion, threat of extinction, that is intellectually, politically, and morally irresponsible to encompass within one notion of quote-unquote essentialism. In the concluding chapter of The Claims of Culture, Ben Habibi recognizes the challenge that indigenous claims to self-determination present her position. Quote-unquote, these people, she writes, quote, are seeking not to preserve their language, customs, and culture alone, but to attain the integrity of ways of life greatly at odds with modernity, unquote. Dear God. I have a feeling this is going bad, right? I hope not, but I have a feeling. Quote, while being greatly skeptical about the chances of survival of these cultural groups, I think that from the standpoint of deliberative democracy, we need to create institutions through which members of these communities can negotiate and debate the future of their own conditions of existence. As I have suggested, the self-determination rights of many of these groups clash with gender equality norms of the majority culture. However, if self-determination is viewed not simply as the right to be left alone in governing one's affairs, but is understood as the right to participate in the larger community, then the negotiation of these ways of life to accommodate more egalitarian gender norms becomes possible." Unquote. Although Ben Habibi recognizes the limits of her approach in colonial contexts, in the end, she is still unrelenting in her commitment to the conception of democratic governance that views justice for indigenous communities in terms of their greater inclusion into the institutionalized matrix of larger settler state and society. Indeed, her whole approach suggests that this inclusion is necessary so that indigenous peoples' non-liberal, non-modern cultural norms and practices remain open to contestation and group deliberation. Indigenous peoples, in other words, require access to deliberative mechanisms and democratic institutions of enlightened colonial society for the well-being of their own citizens. The assumption here being that the colonial imposition of patriarchal governance structures in First Nations communities has so damaged customary gender roles that the colonial state apparatus is now required to intervene in the political life of First Nations communities to ensure that Indigenous women's rights are honored and upheld. Here, the legitimacy of a substantive right to Indigenous autonomy and self-determination is perversely undercut by a very success of colonial project itself. The adverse effects of colonialization demand more colonial intervention. And I knew it was going there too. I could feel it when I started reading it. And by the way,
yeah, see ya.
Come on, chat, you better not end. There's 23 people, it says on my screen, watching, and only 4 people have voted in chat, and I know there's more than 4 subscribers in here. Don't let that end on a tie. Make your voices heard. Come on now. You gotta vote. Exercise that right to vote. Or democracy dies in the darkness. So this is how democracy dies. Thunderous applause. I'm crying. I'm crying for you to vote. Is that what you want? You're making me cry. Is this what you wanted? You like this? You like forcing me to cry. I feel like you do. I've only seen one other vote since I started. I'm gonna keep going. Whole people's democracy here. I'm literally begging and crying. Look, now they just equalized it again. All they did was equalize the votes again. There we go. Keep going. It's so close. Yeah, we'll have to run. We'll have to go all. We'll go tanky on ya. Full of Khrushchev and Hungary. Frank just woke up. Reveal yourself. Who's voting to replace Pugosari? The mod awakens. So close to the end. You're all really gonna let it end in a tie. 8 people have voted. I mean, I guess that could be all the subscribers I see chatting. I'm watching you. I think there's some collusion going on behind closed doors, but got my eye on the situation. Have to get some spies on it. figure out where the secret network is. Look at that. How did two answers tie? That's, come on now. Well, you know what that means. We're keeping it as is. In that case, now you have to subscribe so that we can get the next emote. You know, you want little Lennon from The Simpsons. Must crush capitalism. Hit that subscribe button and maybe one day we'll get it, along with that webcam. Alright, we're like a few pages away. As you can tell, the ADD is starting to kick up. Second, although these proposals may avoid some of the effects associated with essentialist group practices, they nonetheless leave unscathed the presumption that the colonial state constitutes a legitimate authority to determine which demands for indigenous recognition ought to be accommodated and which ought to be denied. Yeah, that sounds fair. Ironically, however, the state's assumed position in these struggles is itself what is contested by many indigenous claims for cultural recognition. What is also ironic is the fact that the state's assumed authority in these matters is presumed on the profoundly essentialist, indeed racist, understanding that indigenous peoples were too uncivilized to constitute equal and self-determining nations when European powers unilaterally asserted their sovereignty over native North America. When the first Europeans arrived in what is now Canada, survival required that they immediately enter into political and economic relationships with the diverse, sovereign, and self-governing indigenous nations that they encountered. Over the ensuing 4 centuries, the relationship between indigenous nations, the growing settler society, would undergo substantial changes, shifting from, quote, mutually beneficial associations between equal nations to the coercive imposition of a structure of domination, unquote. As the settler society grew, in numbers and strength, their dependence on the technologies and knowledge of indigenous peoples began to wane, and the relationship shifted from one premised on peaceful coexistence and relative equality between peoples to a colonial relationship, quote, in which Aboriginal peoples and their cultures were treated as unequal and inferior, unquote. Over the last decade, numerous scholars have convincingly shown how the conceptualization of indigenous societies as political, culturally inferior continues to inform Canada's presumed authority over indigenous lands and peoples. Because indigenous societies were considered so low on the natural scale of social and cultural evolution, settler authorities felt justified in claiming North America legally vacant, or terra nullius. And sovereignty was acquired by the mere act of settlement itself. As Michael Ash's work pointed out, the Supreme Court of Canada still implicitly and consistently invokes the racist terra nullius theses to justify the unequal distribution of sovereignty that structures the relationship between Indigenous peoples and Canada. The colonial structures. Let me rewind that a little. The colonial state is not only a racial structure, however, it is also fundamentally patriarchal in character. The U.S. Supreme Court does the same thing, of course. No surprise. To date, one of the best analyses of the patriarchal nature of settler state power come from one of the most persistent and thoughtful critics, Charter for Protection of Indigenous Women. The late Mohawk leaguer scholar Patricia Monteiro. As an unrelenting advocate of both Indigenous nationalist struggles and emancipation for Indigenous women, Monteiro's work embodies among the best contemporary Indigenous feminist theory and practice, even though she did not identify her work with these terms. What Montour's work adds to the intersectionality of indigenous feminist approaches to decolonization is a critical analysis of the colonial state as a manifestation of male power, which she claims renders its legal apparatus very problematic as a site of emancipation for indigenous women. The Canadian state is the invisible male perpetrator, who, unlike Aboriginal men, does not have a victim face, unquote, asserts Montour in her path-breaking book, Thunder in My Soul. And at the feet of the state, I can lay my anger to rest. I think that Montour's concern with the legalist approach to seeking gender justice for Native women adopted by organizations like the Native Women's Association of Canada is that such an approach implicitly assumes that the colonial state is ultimately a gender-neutral apparatus that only historically adopted a patriarchal logic to frame Indian legislation, instead of understanding male dominance as a constitutive feature of state power as such. What are the implications of turning to the state as a protector of indigenous women's rights if the state itself constitutes the material embodiment of masculine patriarchal power? Here, I suggest that Montour's insights coalesce productively with those of political theorist Wendy Brown. For Brown, gender emancipation strategies that rely on the state apparatus in this way have deeply contradictory implications, given that domination, quote, domination, dependence, discipline, and protection, the terms marking the itinerary of women's subordination in vastly different cultures and epochs, are also characteristic effects of state power, unquote. Subsequently, when women turn to the state apparatus in their struggles for gender justice, they risk reiterating rather than transforming the subjective and material conditions of their own oppression. At the very least, Montour's indigenous feminist critique of the colonial state provides us with a tool to critically reflect on the contradictory impulses associated with seeking emancipation from the adverse, gendered, and racist effects of state power by means of law. This does not require that indigenous peoples vacate the legal field entirely, however. As Waka scholar Sarah Hunt writes, quote, "Surely one must engage with this powerful system, but appealing to the law alone will not stop the violence," unquote. For Hunt, as with Montour, the system must be used very cautiously and strategically so as not to, quote, reproduce the systems and ideologies that colonialism has produced, unquote. And as Anishinaabe feminist Dori Nason suggests, these strategic engagements must be supplanted, if not entirely replaced, by, quote, those values, practices, and traditions that are the core of indigenous women's power and authority, concepts that have been and remain under attack, and which strike at the core of a settler colonial misogyny that refuses to acknowledge the ways in which it targets indigenous women for destruction, unquote. Here we have arrived at a paradox. If, as I have argued, Ben Habibi's use of social constructivism represents not only an empirical statement about the nature of cultural identities, but also a means of undercutting those forms of domination that she views as being legitimized through the rectification of essentialist and non-negotiable cultural forms, then her theory failed to serve its purpose in the colonial context. In fact, but treating the state as a natural and uncontested arbiter in struggles for recognition, or as Richard J. F. Day has put it, by assuming that the, quote, the state somehow inherently occupies a pole of universality, providing an appropriate ground for dialogue between indigenous peoples, ethnic groups, regions, and so on, unquote. Ben Habibi's model has firmly embedded indigenous nations within a racialized, patriarchal structure, colonial domination, that their claims for cultural recognition posit as unjust and illegitimate. According to Arif Derlich, it is precisely through this double maneuver, the uncritical and premature positioning of cultural in-betweenness, as both a universal and normative aspect of the human condition, that anti-essentialist democratic projects abandon their transformative potential, crystallize into a, quote, new kind of determinism, formed from which there is no escape. Finally, our conclusion. To avoid some of the problems that have come to the fore in the preceding sections, I think it is critical that advocates of anti-essentialist criticism begin to acknowledge that, as discourses, both constructivist and essentialist articulations of identity can aid in either the maintenance or subversion of oppression's configurations of power. Here I employ quote-unquote discourse in a Foucauldian manner to refer to it the myriad of ways in which the objects of our knowledge are defined and produced through the languages we employ in our engagements with the world and with others. The cursive formations, in other words, are not neutral. They construct the topic and objects of our knowledge. They govern, quote, the way that a topic can be meaningfully talked about and reasoned about, unquote. They also influence how ideas are put into practice and used to regulate the conduct of others. Just as a discursive formation can legitimize certain ways of thinking and acting, it can also profoundly limit and constrain other ways of talking and conducting ourselves in relation to the topic or constructing knowledge about it. And it is precisely on this last point where I believe constructivist inspired positions such as Ben Habibi's have failed in their priori attacks on all essentialist claims, making they have refused to acknowledge the repressive ways in which their own discursive interventions have effectively undermined certain forms of subaltern resistance. They have thus unduly constrained the field of legitimate action for indigenous peoples in their national liberation struggles. The same can also be said about the many ways in which the discourse of culture, quote unquote, has been used by certain segments within the indigenous community to further exclude and marginalize the status of Native women. What is needed in this case is an explicit acknowledgement of the manner in which the Indian Act has itself come to discursively shape, regulate, and govern how many of us have come to think about indigenous identity, community belonging. As a result, we have to be cautious that our appeals to quote-unquote culture and tradition in our contemporary struggles for recognition do not replicate the racist and sexist misrecognitions of the Indian Act, and in the process unwittingly reproduce the structure of dispossession we originally set out to challenge. In sum, then, no discourse on identity should be prematurely cast as either inherently productive or repressive prior to an engaged consideration of the historical, political, and socio-economic context the actors involved. To my mind, paying closer attention to context when studying the underlying dynamics of identity-related struggle might better enable critics, especially those writing from positions of privilege and power, to distinguish between, quote, discourses that naturalize oppression and discourses that naturalize resistance, unquote. This is particularly relevant from the perspective of indigenous people's struggles, where activists may sometimes employ what appears to outside as essentialist notions of culture and tradition in their effort to transcend, not reinforce, oppressive structures and practices. Here is chapter 3 for you all. And again, by the way, anytime I'm reading, if it's not there, if you don't see a link in chat, you can always type the command and get the link of whatever work we're going through at the moment. How do we all like chapter 3? Did that all make sense to everyone? We see about how these critiques can overlook the colonial context of things, even well-meaning leftists and even sometimes Marxist thinkers, right? An abstract or formal posing of the problem of equality in general, and national equality in particular, is the very nature of bourgeois democracy. Under the guise of equality, the individual in general, bourgeois democracy proclaims the formal or legal equality of the property owner and the proletarian, the exploiter and the exploited, thereby grossly deceiving the oppressed classes. Quote. That's a fantastic quote. Thank you for that, Frank. We all get some book learnings there, right? The politics of recognition really comes from, I mean, settler colonialism itself, where it's, you know, it's a means of on one hand, the people trying to determine their own fate, to gain their own sovereignty, and on the other hand, the reactionaries trying to prevent that from happening. And that's where this politics of recognition struggle comes from, essentially. The fight against the legitimacy of the self-legitimizing settler colonial state. It's that fight against that thing. All right, I kind of wanted to check out this. I saw some people sharing talks from this. Julius Malema addresses EFF diplomatic breakfast, or we could watch the DPR Korea Grand V-Day performance. I'm gonna pack this bowl here. Actually, I'm gonna roll a joint, and I'm gonna put a poll in chat. Now, don't troll me this time. It's only funny twice. Okay. Thank you so much for that 420 redemption. Melanie. Oh yeah, the meme reaction thing. I'll do that first.
Every name in this volume belongs to a man who first pledged his service to Captain Flint to defend Nassau against the Crown. Every name in this volume belongs to a man who turned his back on that pledge. This volume now belongs to me. Captain Flint returns to Nassau tomorrow. Any man who meets us on the sand will be accepted back into the fold. His name redacted from this book. Forgiven for his sins against his brothers. But when we set sail, I will keep the lists of names remaining. And those men will not be forgotten. And I assure you, those men will hear from us again.
Interesting. I liked it. All right, so now, do we want to watch the speech, or do we want to watch DPRK V-Day performance? Okay, what are we watching? The poll is in chat for 5 minutes while I roll this joint. I've seen clips from the Malma speech where he calls for one Africa, one currency. Very enlightening stuff, I must say. Alma's just blowing up right away. That's awesome. By the way, as I mentioned already, Chad has fulfilled the challenge and managed to get our community to 100,000 labor vouchers in under a month. Technically, it was a little over, but I was just getting started at the beginning of that first month, so we don't count that. So in under a month, they got me to 100,000 labor vouchers, and now you all get to watch me suffer in a little game called Getting Over It. So we're calling the segment on Sunday, Getting Larry Over It.
Why did I make this? This horrible hike up an impossible mountain. I could have made something you would have liked. A game that was empowering, that would save your progress and inch you steadily forward. Since success is delicious, that would have been wise. Instead, I must confess this isn't nice. It tastes of bitterness. It's capricious. It sets setbacks for the ambitious. It lacks lenience. It's bracing and inhumane. But not everyone's the same. I created this game for a certain kind of person. To hurt them.
So, congratulations, chat, on getting us to 100,000 labor vouchers over the past month. Your reward is getting to see me suffer in that game on Sunday. So make sure you tune in for that. And now, in light of that, I was also trying to find, because if any of you have joined me on previous weekends, you know we do also have crowd control, which is a nifty little Twitch integration that you can have that allows chat members to exchange bits or channel points, what we call labor vouchers here, in order to affect gameplay. And now, they used to have Getting Over It, and we found the link online, but looking here on this menu, they don't have it anymore. So, in light of that, what I'm going to do on Saturday is play this one, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. So we'll play Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past on Saturday. And then you can come in and affect my gameplay in a whole bunch of different ways. And then on Sunday, I'll play Getting Over It, so you all can watch me suffer in that as your reward. Congratulations. Throw up the gang signs for the Juche game making it to 100,000. I'm proud of you all. When I first started the challenge, I honestly was not sure if it was going to make it or not. And then I noticed it started accelerating quite quickly. By the way, what day is it today? The 8th? I think in 2 days, comrades. I think in 2 days you're going to be able to access Stalin. I think in about 2 days you'll be able to access probably the PDF of this. Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend. The first official translation in English. And by official we mean with the blessing of Lucerdo's family and friends. Yeah, Dorian, getting over it is probably a tough enough game without crowd control making it worse, right? That's what I'm thinking. We have I think we have three more sessions of reading Red Skin, White Masks. Because this will be Thursday, we read Seeing Red. Then next Tuesday will be chapter 5, and depending on how long the conclusion is, that'll also be the same time as chapter 5 or the next Thursday. And then after that, I promised the translator of this book that we would read Stalin History and Critique of a Black Legend on stream. So that might be what we're starting right after Red Skin, White Masks. If it's not out quite when we're done, then we'll do a Kim Jong-il work first, and then this one. Alright, the Malma speech 1. I'm going to start out the Malma speech, and I'm going to go light this joint right quick. Fresh air.
13. The delegates gathered coming from all over South Africa and decided to form this organization. They formed this organization because they said the ruling party was suffering from ideological zigzags and open dominance of neoliberal right-wing politics were characterizing the ruling party at the time. The ruling party was suffering from lack of integrity and credibility, and it was alienating anything that was advancing a left perspective. The trade union was compromised. The Communist Party was compromised. The youth movement was killed. The Women's League was co-opted into the agenda of neoliberalism. South Africa at the time was characterized by a kleptocracy, where those who were aligned with the government of the day could not face prosecution for their corruption. We observed all of this and decided that we cannot sit back and allow the continuation of the deterioration of state of affairs in our country. And inspired by the Cuban 26 July movement, decided to form an organization on the 26th of July 2013 and called it the EFF. So we thought as we celebrate its 10 years today, we must share some few moments with the international community, which gets to learn about the EFF from a hostile neoliberal media, which creates an impression that the EFF is an organization that is characterized by violence, that is not different from all other anarchist organizations, that the EFF cannot be relied upon because it is not based on anything tangible. But members of the diplomatic committee, you should know that the EFF is a Marxist, Leninist, and Fanonian organization, meaning we subscribe to the ideological and theoretical framework of these scholars and revolutionaries in terms of how we seek to forge a revolution and govern our society. We are an internationalist, radical, militant, and non-sexist and a Pan-Africanist organization, and we operate under the principle of socialism. The EFF is a leftist, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist movement with an internationalist outlook anchored by popular grassroots formation and struggles. The EFF is the vanguard of community and worker struggles and will always be on the side of the people. As an organization, we take lessons from the notation that political power without economic emancipation is meaningless. As a result, this movement is inspired by ideals that promote the practice of organic forms of political leadership, which appreciate that political leadership at whatever level is service, not an opportunity for self-enrichment and self-gratification. As we already mentioned, we draw inspirations from the broad Marxist-Leninist traditions and Fanonian schools of thought in their analysis of the state, imperialism, culture, and class contradictions in every society. EFF is a South Africa's movement with a progressive internationalist outlook which seeks to engage with global progressive movements. We believe that the best contribution we can make in the international struggle against global imperialism is to rid our country of imperialist domination. For the South African struggle, the EFF pillars for economic emancipation are the following: expropriation of South Africa's land without compensation for equal redistribution in use, nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy without compensation, building state and government capacity which will lead to the abolishment of tender system, free quality education, healthcare, houses, and sanitation, massive protected industrial development to create millions of sustainable jobs, including the introduction of minimum wage in order to close the wage gap between the rich and the poor, close the apartheid wage gap, and promote rapid career path from for Africans in the workplace. Massive developments for the African economy and advocating for a move from reconciliation to justice in the entire continent. Open, accountable, corrupt-free government and society without fear of victimization by the state agencies. Over and above pillars, the EFF commits to further pillars to complement the 7. They are equally important pillars and are presented here not in order of importance and vitality, but the recognition that they are equally important. We believe in decentralized spatial development and building new cities, public representatives using public services, reduction of benefits for public representatives, progressive internationalism, the development of sports, arts, and culture, progressive views on the gender and sexuality question, meaning acceptance of different forms of gender and sexual expressions, considering the rise of right-wing politics, which form the basis of electoral opportunism all around the world and now in South Africa. The EFF has a progressive view on the immigration question, and we believe that we are all global citizens, especially in Africa, where borders were created from colonial conquest and divisions created in the Berlin Conference of 1884. As the EFF, we believe in monetary and fiscal stability, which is anchored on industrialization and deliberate state intervention in the economy. As many of you may know, South Africa is in the depth of an energy crisis, so one of the complementary pillars include prioritizing of energy, security, and the environment. We must take this opportunity here today to inform the international community that we are not party to the agreement made at the COP27, where the South African government conceded to an experimental exercise known as a just transition, which will result in the abandoning of coal as an energy source in South Africa and the closure of our coal power stations. Additionally, in terms of complementary pillars, the EFF believes on a need for a keen focus on the development of science and technology as an anchor of development in Africa. We believe that there must be support given to research, innovation, and enterprise development. Understanding that South African spatial planning is rooted in colonial pacts and the sharing of our land by our conquerors, we believe in making one city the administration and legislative capital of South Africa. As things stand, our country's legislative capital sits in the city of Cape Town, while our administrative capital sits in this city of Tshwane because of colonial pact between the Afrikaner colonialists and British settlers colonialists. This must be reversed. Finally, we believe in the transformation of the criminal justice system, that our correctional centers must be rehabilitated instead of creating worse hardened criminals. Members of the diplomatic community, we could speak at length about our organization, its history and its policies, but as you are all aware, we have a 10th anniversary rally at FNB Stadium, where we'll expand much deeper on who we are and what we stand for. We hope all of you will be in attendance to experience the Festival of the Poor. Fellow global citizens must, however, touch on some key international issues that require our attention, and first and foremost, we must speak about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. It must be understood that as the EFF, we believe that the conflict between these two nations must be resolved, and it must be resolved peacefully. We want to make it categorically clear, however, that we believe the conflict arises because of NATO's uncontrollable desire to infringe on the territorial integrity of Russia by setting up military capacity on its borders. That is the genesis of the conflict. It is the breaking of treaties that were adopted during the fall of the Soviet Union, and that must be condemned as much as we may condemn the war itself. We have noted the communication from Cyril Ramaphosa's office that Russia President Vladimir Putin will not attend the next month's BRICS summit in South Africa. It is our understanding that President Putin's withdrawal is a consequence of South Africa state's reluctance to be firm on international affairs and their inability to resist pressure from NATO to arrest President Putin. South Africa is at the current stage led by an individual who cannot take a firm position on any matter, even if his life depends on it. We therefore want to caution all nations represented here today, especially members of BRICS, that South Africa is currently led by a spineless government that will never meaningfully take forward efforts to grow the strength of the global South and its allies. Any effort to fight against imperialism, the calls for de-dollarization, and for an alliance that will place BRICS nations on a stronger footing in the globe will always be undermined by a cowardly government in South Africa. Members of the international community, we hope that countries such as China and India will, in solidarity with President Putin, not allow their presidents to attend the BRICS summit. Because what South Africa did to President Putin, it's a serious humiliation of a sitting president. And in solidarity, and as BRICS members, heads of states of those countries should also stay away from attending BRICS, because South Africa's foreign policy and its sovereignty has been undermined by NATO forces and the USA. Members of the international community, we take this opportunity to call for a meaningful solidarity with Palestine. Under the EFF government, there will not be the Israeli embassy in South Africa until there is peace in Palestine. We must not just pay a lip service when people are dying in their numbers. The people of Palestine continue to suffer unspeakable human rights violations, and their land is annexed constantly. Their children are murdered, their sites to practice religion are destroyed, while the whole world watches. I say so because we are the beneficiaries of international solidarity ourselves. If there was no international solidarity support to South Africa, we're not going to be where we are. And this is our turn to also show support to all those who are being oppressed by other nations. We want the people of Western Sahara to have their land back without any interference by Morocco. But Morocco and Western Sahara should exist as brothers and sisters and not see each other as enemies. We're asking for peace and long-lasting solution between Western Sahara and Morocco. And that peace should be characterized by the release of the land of the people of Western Sahara. We must not fear intimidation or loss of funding simply because we are too scared to condemn the crimes against the people who violate the rights of others. We want to make the same call with regards to our friends and comrades in Cuba who suffer under the yoke of trade embargoes because they dare to be socialist. The trade embargoes against Cuba must be lifted, as it is inhuman to punish a nation for taking different ideological leaning with regard to how they run their society. The Cubans helped us fight for our liberation in Africa. They continue to help the whole world with quality health care interventions, and they don't send soldiers to go and bombard other people's nations. They send doctors to go and save life and make sure that our people receive their primary health care. We are calling for an end to ideologically inspired sanctions by nations in the West that are used as a tool to undermine the sovereignty of nations in the global South and Africa. We call for lifting of sanctions in Zimbabwe, not that we agree with the people, with the government of Zimbabwe or the president of Zimbabwe, but it is the people, the ordinary people of Zimbabwe, who are suffering under these sanctions. And we want the sanctions lifted, and we want the people of Zimbabwe, particularly those who are in South Africa, to return back to Zimbabwe and make their own determination as to how they want their country to succeed. But that country will never succeed under the sanctions. Africa has been independent for more than 60 years, yet we experience challenges of development even after 6 years of independence. The Western countries cannot live without African continent, using our fellow African brothers to destroy ourselves. We want peace in Mali and welcome the dropping of French as an official language in Mali. That is one progressive movement. Doesn't mean French cannot be spoken, but to say we have conquered the imperialists and colonizers and continue to have their languages as official languages is self-imprisonment. We call for peace in the land of Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso, who paid the price of his own blood by the coup orchestrated by the Western. We call for peace in Sudan and reconciliation of the Sudanese people, who are tired to see the silence of the international community towards the continuous bloodshed in the eastern DRC. The Western countries supporting some neighboring countries in DRC to destabilize the eastern DRC. We shouldn't find it exciting that African countries can fight amongst themselves with ease, especially fighting around territorial expansions. Africa is one country, it's not even a continent. These borders we see and we experience here in our continent were imposed on us by the imperialists. No African brother should...
I mean, the main reason why DPRK has been isolated, right? T is because of, I mean, every country on Earth essentially trades in the dollar, and that's why the U.S. sanctions are so effective on DPRK, right? But yeah, I mean, as hopefully the RMB replaces it, eventually that will change. I mean, I always hate using the term isolated because, I mean, yeah, they're isolated, but only insofar as the imperialists try to isolate them. And they still do subvert the sanctions in other ways, of course, right?
Derive pleasure out of killing other African people. We say this because we're advocating for one Africa with one currency, with one legislature, with one military and one president. Because we believe that these small pockets of countries are the ones that make international communities undermine Africa. Just
rejection of sanctions is
one
key.
president of Russia or America calling all the presidents of all countries to their countries to be addressed by one president, we see that as belittling and undermining our continent. We believe that if we have one currency based on our mineral and natural resources, it will be one such a strong currency, and it will place Africa firmly on the international table. Here in South Africa, you must be rest assured that next year we're going to elections and we're going to take power. And there is no coalition that is going to be formed because the EFF is going to be a government alone. We require no one to come and be part of us because the ANC is corrupt to the core and cannot be salvaged. DA is racist to the core and cannot be helped. And the rest of other political formations are formed by multinational companies to protect their interests in this country. It is the Oppenheimers, the Ruperts, who put their money behind certain black faces to create an impression that there is an emerging alternative and sponsor those non-existing political parties with millions of money so that they can continue their control of South Africa. The EFF, since its formation, has never dropped. It is the only organization in South Africa that has been growing. And even the latest research shows that the EFF has surpassed the ANC in the Western Cape and in many other provinces of South Africa. So you can be rest assured, you are not talking to a government in waiting here today. You are talking to government in Ekurhuleni Metro. You are talking to government in Nelson Mandela Metro. You are talking to government in Johannesburg Metro. You are talking to government in eThekwini Metro. You are talking to government in Mogale City Municipality. So when we say to you that we are taking over government next year, it's not a rhetorical question. It is a clear declaration based on a scientific research conducted by people who are not aligned to the EFF. So next year, be rest assured that all of you who are here, we may be hosted in a different place just next door here, where the government sits. So we want to take this opportunity to really thank you for accepting our invitation, and thank you for showing up this morning. It has not been easy for us. We had our dinner last night. It has been a very busy week, and tomorrow we are at the FNB Stadium, and you are all invited. Thank you very much.
Now the best part begins.
Long live the Papers Revolution!
Thank you very much, Commander-in-Chief and the President of Economic Freedom Fighters in Africa. The EFF is not only in South Africa, we have EFF in other countries in the continent. Some of them you'll see them tomorrow. And there is an EFF in...
Which countries do I consider AES thieves? 5 of them currently. DPRK, China, Laos, Cuba, Vietnam. Ready for the revolution.
Namibia, which is already
Gotta watch
in
more
Parliament.
Kwame Ture on this. I got more talks by him to watch.
Radical and a growing organization, which is resonating with a lot of people in the continent and the diaspora. Now we're going to move to our next item, which is question and answer session. I'm going to take 5 hands in the first round. We may ask any question or clarity.
I guess if that's what you want to, if you want
suggestion
to try
that
and
you
box me into
have.
something like that.
I'll take the
sure.
first round.
That's a little bit mechanical, I think.
Looks
though.
like a president was very clear. Okay. On my right-hand side, the first table, 1.
I think Venezuela
There
is
was a
definitely an
hand.
encouraging case that has potential to,
There
achieve
was a hand
socialism.
somewhere here. Where was it? Where is number 2? There's number 2. Where is number
The
3?
main point is that it has to
Number 3 is over here.
give
Is there any
proletarian
other
control of the
hand?
state is the most important part, right? Which means
Okay, let's move
democratic
like that. Or
centralism,
number 4.
etc.
Let's do this. You will be number 3 and you will be number 4.
And that,
so that the
and
mic
as I always
moves
stress on
in-
this channel, the most important factor is the independence of the party from state organs. I self-identify as a communist.
Leslie. Thank you very much, number 1.
Good morning.
We
Thank you
read
very much,
everything
Mr.
on this.
Malema. I'm
We
David
read
Dyer. I'm the
any
Australian
scientific socialism on this channel.
Country?
Australia.
We're reading
Australia.
Juche next.
My question is, if you don't win a majority next year, what would your approach be to building coalitions? Thank you.
I just call myself
Thank
a
you very
communist,
much.
not
Number
Marxist
2.
Leninist technically or whatever. Although I am definitely in agreement with pretty much all of Marxism.
Thank you. My name is
Leninism.
Han Peters. I'm the ambassador of the Netherlands in this country. I think without any doubt, the energy crisis is top of mind for most South Africans. So what's the plan of the EFF for ending load shedding? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
Mr. President, my name is Håkan Juholt, the Swedish ambassador, and since EFF is known as an international movement, I would like to know more about your closest ally on the European and Asian continent when it comes to political movements that you share values with.
Thank you very much. You may move over to number 4.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the invitation that we got from the EFF. I'm Mandla Pangwa from as an section of the 4th International. We're an international organization. My question is just, we've heard the CICs talking about the war. That
My
is
least
actually
favorite kind of
currently
leftist,
African
settler
next door
leftist.
neighbor. We're having a war happening in Cabo Delgado in Mozambique.
People with a
which at
colonial
this
mindset
moment
that
we
call
can
themselves
say,
communists.
Most of these countries that have come here, they are available there. If they avail their military presence, of which it's 34 countries, and most of them are there as combating
And I try not to
terrorism,
get into
yet
this.
we
This
know that
variant of
it's about
leftism is
economic
that.
freedom
This
because
variant is
yet the
this.
youth of Cabo Delgado is fighting
Try not to
against the
box ourselves
exclusion
into
in
those
terms of
rigid
economic,
boxes in this channel.
exclusion. But then I want to ask the EFF that how are they supporting that struggle? My second question is that yesterday we just heard the Panya Panya moment, which was the Panyazing moment, which was promising young people stipends instead of permanent jobs and sustainability in the country. The third last question is that as the EFF is the most formidable organization as the 4th International, we have proven that through research and everything. How is it uniting the left? Because we know the left is arrogant and they living in their illusions, and we really plead with the EFF that can you really help them, because they haven't come up into terms with reality that the EFF is coming into power, and when we're in a government in waiting, you need to be very patient with these poor souls. How is the EFF going to garrison that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, President.
Thank you very much. With regard to the coalitions, our preferred approach would have been that we should consolidate all the opposition parties and then establish a new government and remove the corrupt ANC, which has put us to where we are, all of us. But the problem is that you have an opposition parties that say we should come together to the exclusion of the EFF, and there's no reason why. because we're not just saying we want to work with the opposition. We gave the opposition power in the metros in 2016.
Malma speech here.
Against the ANC. We're the ones who removed the ANC. That's how much we've demonstrated our commitment to bringing an alternative government in South Africa. But the oppositions, when it was now the turn to include the EFF, they excluded the EFF. And worse, at the local level, because at the local level, it's not more about ideological questions. It's more about service delivery to our people. We can be Marxist and Leninist, can be right or left, but when people need clean water, it has got nothing to do with ideological question. Deliver the water. And we are the only organization that have no public representatives that faces serious charges of corruption, of lack of integrity, of having sex in offices. None of our councillors has ever been found to have done that. You can't accuse us of having involved ourselves in
that feeds the children
any
gets
corrupt
my
dealings
support.
in any municipality, yet we are not wanted. Why? So when you leave the EFF out, you leave it with no you are actually pushing it to the ANC when coalitions come. And that's why we've opted to engage in the concoction you see in Johannesburg, in Ekurhuleni and everywhere else, because the ANC said, come here. We said, no, we're not coming. We're bringing everyone who can work with you. We would rather work with you through other people, not you.
Well, it says, because it said that you were banned in a fellow comrade's channel, Sebsdev. Do you know why you got banned in Sebsdev?
Directly, and that's why we've not given that responsibility, which is a huge responsibility of mayorship, to the ANC. We'll rather give it to any other person other than the ANC. So we find ourselves in that situation. We can end load shedding in South Africa. Firstly, you have to fight corruption. Car power ships
Dorian,
were signed a long time ago to come and intervene. But wives of ministers and ministers wanted to get their hands in those deals. And without them being involved, the deals fell flat. Mozambique has got a number of megawatts to provide to South Africa. As long as they don't have their hands in that, they will never approve of Mozambique's intervention to any additional megawatts to the grid is something positive to South Africa. And we're a nation with a serious crisis. We shouldn't even be thinking about ourselves as individuals. We should now be thinking about how do we get more energy into the grid and not about more money to me and my family. The coal power stations that were decommissioned will recommission them. Because you can't decommission a power station for green energy that gives you less than what that power station was giving you. It's illogical. We are all for green. We are all for clean energy, but not at the detriment of the economy of South Africa. We cannot destroy our base to appease USA and the UK. If the green gives me 2,000 megawatts, whatever I'm going to decommission should be giving me 2,000 megawatts or even less. So I know I decommission this one, and the alternative is this one, and therefore I don't run short of what I'm requiring to sustain the economy of South Africa and to give our people a reliable electricity. So we also are going to stop this thing of taking out our clean energy, our clean coal to outside countries and leaving us here with a dirty coal and being told we are polluting. The pollution, whether it happens in China, whether it happens in the UK, whether it happens in Germany, whether it happens in the USA, is going to affect us even here in South Africa. So why is there a story that we must not use coal in South Africa, yet we see tons and millions of tons being taken out of South Africa? Where are they going? The story should not be let's decommission coal power stations. The story should be coal because it's not clean and it's not good for the environment. Let's stop mining coal at all. So no one uses coal. It can't be that South Africa must not use coal, but other people are using coal. It's wrong. So there's no coal that is going to live here. We're going to make sure that we produce enough and reliable and clean coal, and we'll engage with our own allies in the form of China and all of to come with new technology to deal with emission. So we need to make sure that that which we say other people must not do, we don't do ourselves. Because to ask of us to self-destruct and use us as an experiment in exchange for money and to killing of our people, because this load shedding has killed a lot of people here in South Africa, has killed a lot of businesses here in South Africa, and you can all feel it. Yet, we must be the first ones to be used as an experiment. You need a very firm leadership that will prioritize the interest of the country before any other thing and not sell the country to the highest bidder. Our alliances are naturally the leftist countries. China is one of the countries we look up to. Cuba is one of the countries we look up to. And Russia, we've got historical ties with it. We know that Putin is not at the left, but his attitude against imperialist forces finds resonance with the EFF, and those are the kind of people we'll rely on. BRICS is...
Those civil rights groups are probably NGOs and should not be listened to, Jim. Those people they're colonizers, and they still like have the majority of property.
One such a structure that we regard very highly, and we see the emergence of BRICS as an alternative platform to engage in the geopolitics. And those are the type of progressive structures that the EFF will align with. We make no apology with our alliance with China, because we believe that China can help us even with load shedding. We need a government that has got interests and that negotiate good terms and say to China, build it, operate it, and hand it over to South Africa. The Chinese will never refuse to do that. They've never refused to do that. But because we are hell-bent at our alliances with the West and America, we've missed opportunities to strengthen our own economy through fostering working relationship with countries that will not destroy us. China is not going to colonize Africa. The problem is your corrupt leaders who go to China with empty bags and come back with money. They want money and they negotiate with money in their mind. So you come to me like that, I will also dribble you. So go there with proper ideas, not with corrupt mentality. There's no China that wants to colonize anyone. How do you get colonized?
Colonial relationship there, Jim, right? Just like in the West.
Now, when you are the negotiator. South Africa has surrendered a port now in Durban now. That's colonialism, where you just take your port and give it to other people, surrendering your sovereignty, and later you are going to say people have colonized you. When you go to China and say, give us a power station in exchange for OR Tambo Airport, why would they miss that opportunity? It's not them, it's your stupidity as leaders. There's no policy of China. We've gone through it many times that seeks to colonize anyone. But if people go there with better ideas, it's not a problem of China. It's their own problem. No socialist organization, and socialism teaches us that But we can't engage in imperialist program. We can't engage in colonialist program. We intervene where necessary, and intervention does not mean interference. And that's what inspires that relationship with countries like China and Cuba too. The Cubans, you go to them, you seek solution, they will provide it. And then they don't say, give us this, give us that. It's South Africa that says, in exchange, we'll give you this. And when we give the Cubans the money that we are giving them, when we get accused, we over-explain ourselves that which we offered to the Cubans. The money to Cuba is not necessarily to pay for the doctors. It's a solidarity fund. We're in solidarity with Cuba, and we'll double that money when we take over government. Because Cuba did not give us money. It gave us life. People died fighting for our democracy. Why should we be told by people who oppressed us that Cuba joined us to fight against how we must relate with Cuba? We cannot allow that. The war in Mozambique is exactly what I spoke about. But the problem, you are right, is these foreign interests that are interfering and even sponsoring the killing of each other in Mozambique. We should not, as Africans, anywhere, because we are rejected, we are hated everywhere, we should not find it easy to fight with each other. It must be the most painful and the most difficult thing for an African to take up guns and shoot at another African. Because if others can do it, they will do it with ease. It must be difficult for us. We are hated everywhere in the world. We are treated like we are not human beings. Why should we treat each other like that ourselves? That's why the EFF here in South Africa is told every time that we won't vote for you because you want foreigners in our country, you protect foreigners in our country. So be it. We're not going to kill Africans in exchange for votes. I will rather stay at home in the villages because that is not just us. So we are for Africans, and Africans everywhere must always find African solution to their problems without Sasol's interference, without France's interference, without British interference. We need to sit down and find solutions of Africa by Africans, and not this borrowed interference that we see all the time.
The revolution that feeds the children
we are
gets my
aware
support.
of what's happening in Mozambique, and we will make sure that the government of the EFF finds an African solution which is going to be permanent and not driven by foreign company or multinational companies' interests. Well, Panyaza is doing what he has to do because he can see that the ANC is in danger. He's trying to save it. That is an act of desperation. And it's not just an act of desperation, but also humiliation. You are seeking a job, you are told to come to the stadium to come and to get your appointment letter. You must all queue there to get in and all of that. It doesn't, there's no, NSD moment, doesn't have dignity in it. Yeah, and I think, and I'm happy you are raising it because our people should see it for what it is. It's an act of desperation. The last kicks of a dying horse. They are very dangerous. That's why they are doing what they are doing. They are on their way out, and they will do everything to clinch to power, but it's too late in the day. They are out. The ANC rules Gauteng with 50.1% as we speak now. So they know that there is nothing they can do that will make them win the elections next year. So they are going around hiring people, and then the next thing, if they don't give them stipend, even that stipend they are not getting. Because there's a huge fight that people have been hired and they are not being paid because procedure is not being followed. And because you don't follow procedure, you are going to humiliate these many young people who are hungry for jobs. The unity of the left is very paramount because capital is united. Capital is united against the working class, and the working class should come together. The left should come together. It's the business of the EFF to unite the left. And we're going to be very patient with them because kancane kancane bayavela, they are coming through. They are coming to realize that the only way to get the leftist perspective taking over this country is through the EFF. And like you said, it's not an easy and ideological position. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of explanation. And we'll bring them together and ultimately will emerge and become a better country under the left forces. Thank you.
And just why does it take so much patience? I like that he ended with that statement because it allows me to whip out one of my favorite quotes of all time, of course. Which is this one. Why does it take a long time? Because consciousness and voluntariness are the real nature and basic stance of revolutionaries. How do we convince the masses and other people to take up the cause in the struggle for socialism? By persuading them that it's the correct direction to struggle in. And that exact attitude permeates all through socialist construction, even after the working class has obtained state power.
Thank you very much, President. I'm loving people today.
It's almost like it's science or something,
I will go for the
Sam?
second round, which is the last round of questions. We'll start on this side. On this table, you are number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4.
That's science
number
for you.
5, number 6, 7, 8.
The good kind of science
Like
is true
that,
whether or
number
not you
1.
believe in it.
Yes.
Notice I specified
not
good
on.
science. For a reason. There's reactionary pseudoscience,
President.
which we can argue, of course,
It was a
isn't
pleasure
science at
to
all.
Listen to you. My name is Andre Zapaike. I'm the ambassador of the Central African Republic and dean of the African Heads of Mission in South Africa. I have just a few questions of clarification. As being African myself, I focus on African issues.
Dorian.
Since I've been in this country now 9 years, I've seen some evolutions, particularly in the relationship between how foreigners are perceived. In this country, we have moved slowly. We have now gone to the Dudula movements and many other movements in this country. That's one thing. But also, President, we see also what's going on between Africans and dying in the sea and trying to cross the Mediterranean to go to Europe. So I don't know what really the EFF think about this situation of internal
Interested to hear that, what he says about
migration,
this.
and also those trying to go to Europe. Now, when we look at many countries, we see that the president has been talking here about African unity, African one currency, one government, etc. but there have been very,
perfectly
very
handled the Putin
little
question.
progress made since the creation of the Organization of African Unity, now AU, etc. What is your view about the best thing that we have today that has brought us close to the dreams of our founding father, that is the African Free Trade area? If tomorrow EFF is in power, or just tell me what is your point of view of it, or about this African free trade area. How can we make this work? I'm sure that you have an idea about it, because this is one thing that we have in hand that can
Totally
really
agree, Frank.
help the the process of United Africa make a move. Also, President, people complain that the African Union doesn't work, and there are still weaknesses, etc. What do you think about it? How can we today? What can we do to make African Union a strong institution that will lead the development of our continent? I think that is for now what I would like to hear from the President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
I keep changing those apples somehow.
Your Excellency, the Commander and President of the EFF, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, and the regional deans present. My name is Muhammad Haruna Manta. I'm the High Commissioner of Nigeria. My boss has taken the cell out of my ship because the first question I had, I have just 2 questions, has been taken by him. Because the President, in your address, you made no mention, I don't know if it's deliberate, of the AU, as well as the regional blocks, SADC, for instance, in addressing some of the ills, bedeviling the various regions.
Apple, yum, yum.
Mention
gang, gang. Juche.
Some of those forces that try to tear us apart, like it is in Mozambique.
But that's where the
you did not mention anything, whether SADC is doing anything at all, which you appreciate.
Shell's so good.
I would love that you take another look at how the EFF will strengthen this regional organization, or whether or not the EFF does not see the value addition in the AU as well as SADC in the agenda you have for.
I think the star block has to do with how many coins you get in a level.
The second question I wish to ask is, on the basis of economic integration, the world is seen as a global village, whether from the west or from the east. The emphasis, I thought, for Africa should be who will be our trading partner, and not the very radical posture of the socialist concept, which probably was very relevant in the,
especially this guy,
after the Berlin Conference, 1880-something, 1884, 85. But today, we don't have colonialism to fight as such, because the whole of Africa has been decolonized. South Africa is independent, Namibia is independent, and so is the whole African continent, with the exception of
who is this guy?
Probably
sit down, sir.
Aggression against Western Sahara. So, is it not time that EFF takes a posture that is more inclusive of development concepts rather than imaginary fighting colonialists that do not exist?
Imaginary!
Because the
Sir, you need to sit right down, I'm afraid.
Virtually focused.
It's time to get home, Grandpa.
on the economic concept, how do I attract? Sometimes the development economists call it.
All right, let's take you to the
foreign
gulag
direct
there.
investment, FDI. How do I attract that? So I would like
Colonial-
to know.
don't need to
what
fight colonialism.
the EFF
Okay, then.
thinks about the economic integration of the African continent,
Yeah.
as well as what the AU has done.
We have
in,
he even
promulgating
the
or
way he
forming
said it,
the
right?
Africa
We don't have
Continental Free
colonialism
Trade Area,
as such.
as well
He
as the
knows.
2063
He knows what we
agenda.
got.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Sani Bonani, Ninjani,
Siyaphila.
Morena Malena, Lekai.
Retain.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to have an exchange. I think, yeah, Abanga Okuti.
Okay, name in the country. Name in the country.
It's
first?
coming.
Okay.
It's very important to have a conversation. My name is Andreas Peschke, and I'm the ambassador of Germany. And
here we go.
well, thank you very much,
Strap
Siabanga,
in.
for the dialogue and reaching out. There's one thing I would like to mention.
There is.
Listened to you very carefully when you spoke about the Marxist and Leninist principles of your organization.
Here we go.
Some here in the room would know I grew up in a communist country. I grew up in a country called the German Democratic Republic, also known as East Germany. So I had a first-hand real experience of
Here we go.
really existing socialism.
He's a kulak.
And so we
Wannabe
had all these
kulak.
Marxist theories. I read a lot of Marxist texts at school. We always had Marx.
Yes, they doled it out
Engels,
like
you
a
didn't mention
catechism.
Engels, and
We read
Lenin,
the Kim Jong-il work
in
about
our
this.
rooms as the guiding figures. We had nationalized everything. We had nationalized the land. We had
Based.
nationalized the enterprises.
Based.
But then after 40 years, we woke up. and
Woke
we
up, that's what
realized
happened.
That it didn't work. So the socialism as we experienced it, the communism as we experienced it in East Germany, it simply did not work. So when the Soviet Union broke
To
up,
say that socialism doesn't work is to overlook the fact that it did work and it worked for
destiny in
hundreds
our
of millions
hands.
of people.
Thank you, Dorian.
And joined our brothers in Western Germany in order to build a social market economy.
Sir,
so
shut up.
I'm just sharing this and to let you know. Oku Kwazisa. And I'm happy, you know, because I'm an example. Maybe it's interesting to you to speak to somebody who has this first-hand experience. I'm ready to share this experience in more detail of how real existing socialism looked like, because we made the experience that it didn't work. And maybe it's good also to try to learn. Everybody has to make its own experiences, but maybe it's also good to learn ukufunda kwa maputa, kwa babengina, from other mistakes. So maybe that's something I would like to offer. And a short question on the governance in this country, on forming mixed governments. I think the EFF joined some coalitions in some municipalities. You know,
Nice.
from our outside view, we have a feeling that the mixed governments
Oh,
or
nice.
coalition governments do not really work so well at the moment. That the interest of furthering the interest of the people, of increasing and improving social services, has not yet been reached. So, what would be your resume of these first years of coalition governments, also with the participation of EFF? Thank
State socialism, the system that did not work, provided everyone with some measure of security. Free market capitalism, the system that works, brought a free-falling economy, financial plunder, deteriorating social conditions, and mass suffering. Michael Peretti.
Thank you very much, Kea Leboa.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
The way he waited to say what country he was from, right? You know that? You know what I mean? The way he just waited. He's like, it's coming. I'll let you know what country I'm from in a second. Here's another good one. How odd that fewer police were needed in the communist police state than the free market paradise. I don't understand. There's something they're not telling me.
Hello, Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief. Thank you very much for hosting us for this breakfast and for taking questions. My question is about the day after you become president, once you've become president next year. So you've talked about anti-colonialism and anti-imperialism. I'm the ambassador of Spain, sorry, Raimundo Robredo. The European Union's relationship with Africa and African countries is generally guided, I would say absolutely guided, by the priorities of those countries that are aligned with the African Union and with these countries. As my brother, the High Commissioner of Nigeria, said, one of the things it requested is foreign direct investment, which I think you've criticized in some way. Other thing is cooperation in peace and security, for instance, in Cabo Delgado, which I think I've heard that you've also critical of that.
Listen to the language he's using here.
Countries. So my question is, what would you do differently, and what would be your relationship with the European Union once you become president? What would you change? What would you think we should do differently? And what would you put on the table also as a value proposition for the European Union? Because as you said, we all defend our own national interests. That is something that all diplomats do. So what would you propose to the European Union differently from the value proposition of Africa today, South Africa and Africa? And what would you request from us? How would South Africa's policy towards the EU be different? Also regarding trade, for instance, the preferential trade agreements, TDCA or AGOA with the US, would you change that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 5.
Lovely. Got 2 bangers in a row there.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I've requested if I can be seated, but anyway, yeah.
By bangers, I mean.
My name is Ashi Said Bakar. I'm from Chad and work with the African Bureau.
Notice the 2 people with ridiculous questions. Notice anything that is similar about them?
Thank you so much for inviting us and giving us this opportunity to exchange. President Malema, just know that.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how old that German guy actually was.
People like me, and to be honest, if I watched the South African Parliament session, it's because of EFF. So, my question is that: do you have any program or any plan of best practice sharing among the other African countries? As all we know, as I always say that Africa is not poor, but it's poorly managed. Hence, we need like EFF in each and every country in the continent. The second question is...
I'd say both of those white guys were paid agents.
You know, South Africa is among the top 6 countries that
ambassadors,
have
quote
a veto
unquote,
in the AU. So, what are your vision if become the president of South Africa?
That means to spy.
Praying that, or hopefully that's going to be soon, to AU, your vision to AU to be economically free. Because after 6 years of its creation, till now, like we receive more than 6% fund from EU or other Western agency. That's my second question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Number 6.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nomusa from Kasi Broadcasting Africa. My question is, EFF had a gala dinner, and we saw so many black, white Indians, business people. So do you think our businesses are now warming up for EFF?
He was born in
government?
1969.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 7 and 8 are this side.
Okay.
Number 7.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
My
he
name
really
is
remembers
Lisa
a lot.
Mayaharu. I'm Deputy Ambassador of Finland to South Africa. I would have a question on
Oh, it doesn't
Russia's
hurt the
war
little
in
ghost, I see.
Ukraine. You mentioned that EFF would like to see a peaceful solution to the war for the Ukrainian people. How
Wait,
would
no
you
one
go
saw that.
about this war? What, in your view, would be the peaceful solution?
Thank you very much. Last one, number 8.
Thank you very much. My name is Stian Christensen. I'm the Deputy Head of Mission of Norway in Pretoria. And I don't think anyone said it, but I would like to just start by saying congratulations on your 10th anniversary. Well done.
Thank
Also,
you.
thank you very much for inviting us to this event, which is actually very important. I mean, being Norwegian, we are almost fanatical about dialogue. We want to have dialogue with everyone, and especially those where we don't agree necessarily, because getting things out in the open is so important.
Oh God, what is
the only
this guy?
foundation in which we can build trust and a good, long-lasting relationship. So thank you. One question and a comment, and I'll try to be brief. The question is about Zimbabwe. You mentioned the sanctions and also how would you go about that?
Thank you,
But
Dorian.
how exactly do you think that South Africa should engage in Zimbabwe? We have elections coming up. It is very clear to everyone in this room, I think, that the
Right,
diaspora
2023?
in South Africa
It's
is
very-
very significant and also has a very big
Very
impact
good at
on
stoking the
economy and
flames of
labor market. There are
revolutionary
around 3
optimism.
million, as far as I've seen from estimates, in the diaspora in South Africa. How would you think that South Africa should engage with Zimbabwe in order to get progress in that country for the benefit of both countries? The comment is about NATO and imperialism. I wanted to mention, because many of us here are NATO members, and Norway is actually a founding member of NATO. We were joining the organization in
Here we go
1949, a long time ago, and the reason
You
is
got all the
because
questions
we were
in the second
occupied
half
and attacked
here.
in 1940. And all the generations of politicians from that day to this have been saying, never again should that happen to Norway. For us, NATO is a defensive alliance. It remains a defensive alliance, and that's our primary motivation for being in it. This has not prevented us in any way in being anti-imperialist, anti-colonial, and we've been supporting liberation movements in Africa throughout
Excuse
the
me, what
post-war
did you just
period,
say?
including strong and consistent support for the anti-apartheid movement in South Africa.
Oh yeah,
The problem
yeah,
right
real
now is that
fucking
we see
clan
that,
hours in
the
here.
imperialist ambitions right now mainly are coming from Russia. And what we see is that the war in Ukraine, the attack on Ukraine, is a part of imperialist ambition of Russia.
Imperialist
And
ambitions
also
coming
the
from a country
occupation
that's
there
not even
is-
imperialist.
is
Okay then, bud.
You could really easily see it as a colonial experiment. I don't necessarily think that you would agree with this based on what you said, but in the spirit of openness and dialogue, I think it's very important that someone
Yeah, makes
raises this
sense.
point in
Makes
this
a lot of
forum.
fucking
Thank you very
sense.
much.
Thank you very much, President.
We'll talk. Eh? Yeah. Eh? No, he will. Maybe she will take more. Yeah.
How's that? Is that better, Sam?
Well, foreigners and Dudula, South Africans are not xenophobic. That's why structures like Dudula are not growing. It's just a tiny minority, and that is found in a particular corner of a country. We've got 9 provinces, 52 district municipalities, and how many local municipalities? 204 municipalities. And Dudula is only found in Johannesburg, and in Pinville. And then you want to define that as South Africa. It's not South Africa. It's not us. We're not like that. We
No
grew
problem,
up
comrade. Happy to help.
with people who
No,
came
yes,
from
you-
other countries, and we never had a problem with them. Because our history dates back to us coming from the north down to the south. Each individual you can ask of their origin here in South Africa is going to take you back there where they say they don't want those people. There's an advocate, very popular advocate called Dali Mpofu. There is a Mpofu in Zimbabwe. So when we fight Mpofu, which Mpofu must we fight? Because they are all the same. There are Xhosas in Zimbabwe, there are Ndebeles in Zimbabwe, there are Zulus in Zimbabwe, there are Tswanas in Zimbabwe, there are Vendas in Zimbabwe, the same way they are here. So that's what unemployment does, and laziness of people who don't want to go look for jobs. They just go forming things here and then they go to shops to intimidate business people because they want to get bribed.
Needed that Yoshi.
And then business people comply with such things of thugs. It's criminals. They can't do anything, nothing. So that cannot be a definition of South Africa. It's a group of criminals who are in cahoots with some ministers, by the way. They are working with them. So we have no time for thugs. There are small boys who must be put in their place. Majority of them is drunkards who were in MK, who could not find deployment, who didn't go to school. Even the ANC can help them. So there is nothing we can do to help them. But they must never define us as South Africans. There's no way we are xenophobic.
I did the same thing again.
The crossing of Africans into Europe and other countries is exactly based on what I said, the mismanagement of our countries. Because we're not poor. We should be providing solutions. We're a typical example of how resourced we are. That's why you
no matter
see
what
other
shell it
nations have left their countries to come and colonize us. We never went to colonize anyone. They came looking for our resources. So if people can leave their countries to come and colonize us here, it should be an evidence enough that we are resourced enough, and therefore we should use that resource for the benefit of Africans and not the other way around.
Seems simple enough, doesn't it?
There is a reluctance because to create a formidable thing like an African government, because everybody benefits from these little cocoons. You are called a president of Swaziland, prime minister or something. But your country is not bigger than Soweto. What is that? Then it means Soweto must be a country also. So, but because they benefit from that, they don't even want to engage in this discussion. Because it's an individuals who benefit from it. That's why there's no concrete plan to go into it, and there's no a single president that leads this discussion and put it firmly on the agenda of the AU. That the original thought of the AU as OAU, it was to establish, the founding fathers wanted to establish a solid government. And they got defeated in that discussion. But the intention has always been to create a solid government from its inception. That we should come together and be one. And something came out of it, and it never went back to what it was supposed to be, a government, a united government of Africa. And that's what we'll advocate for ourselves as the EFF.
Exactly,
Africa
Mark.
Free
You don't
Trade
go to a poor
is
country
a movement
to get
in the
rich.
right direction. But the first thing we need to do, which the AU must firmly resolve, is to do away with the visa for Africans. There should not be a visa for Africans.
Oh, I can't
The same way the Europeans have one visa, they travel everywhere, they are one thing. What they have, they don't want us to have it. There shouldn't be a visa in Africa. Free movement of people should be allowed. And there's no one who's going to leave Nigeria to come and settle here. It's not true, that thing. It's a myth. I mean, I come from a province called Limpopo. We don't need visa to go to Johannesburg. But people are still there in Limpopo. They've not left Limpopo to Johannesburg. So doing away with visa doesn't mean automatically people are going to leave their homes to where the economy is prospering. It's not true. Johannesburg, Gauteng is doing much better than Limpopo. But the people are not leaving Limpopo to Gauteng. So why would people leave Lagos to here? For what? It's their home. They will come here, look for what they are looking for, and take it back where they come from. Will go to Lagos to do the same and come back home. We have a problem here of unemployment of South Africans who are told by the previous apartheid mentality and colonialism, brainwashed, that South Africa is superior, is better. They've got the best qualifications. They never go out of the country to go and look for jobs in other countries. Why? Why? Why are they not going all out of Africa? We have nurses, we've got, now we're told doctors, we now have teachers, we have this. Africa is in need of that skill. You going to work anywhere in Africa, in Ghana, it doesn't mean you left your home. It's the same as me leaving Limpopo to come here. When the time permits, I go back home. So what is the problem? Let's go. They need to go. The continent, it's our home. We must all go there and become one thing. Once we do away with the visa, we're going to know each other. The reason why we are scared is because we don't know each other. We know each other through the lenses of our enemies. We don't know each other. So we must first know each other if we're going to build the government of Africa. So it's important that we engage in this thing. Free movement of people and goods, it will help us appreciate the existence of each other and bring us more closer for the unity of this continent. Well, African Union is it's a meeting of friends who don't even call each other to order. They can meet with a dictator who has just, killed his own people and then meet for the whole week and not even mention it. So we can't allow the African Union to continue to work the way it is working. We're talking here about SADC. We have a problem here in Zimbabwe. These members of SADC don't call the government of Zimbabwe to order because it's a group of brothers.
Just like
that government is violating people there. It has just passed a law of gatherings and speeches and all of that. If they don't like you, you're having a political rally, they just send soldiers, they shoot at you and all of. No one in SADC has raised his voice to say, but what is this? So we cannot have these regional bodies and the continental body, including Pan-African Parliament, by the way, which are not biting on countries that are engaged in wrong activities. What is wrong with President Ramaphosa calling President Mnangagwa to order? It will be coming from a good place. They are all brothers, they are all Africans, they all speak, we assume, for the interest of Africans. So we can't have a situation where we've got regional bodies, continental bodies that become a meeting of elite without concrete solutions to the problems confronting the people of Africa. We have a problem in Mozambique. The problem is solved by sending soldiers. Where have you ever seen soldiers solving a problem? Soldiers don't solve a problem. The leadership must meet and discuss and come up with a binding decision. That's why we say we need one legislature, one military, one currency, one president, so that we know when we go into Mozambique, it's not an interference, it's us providing a solution to our own problems. So we are not happy with how these things are structured. Look, economic integration, trading partners, developmental concepts, we embrace all of that, but it doesn't mean we're ideologically naive. We're not ideologically naive, we're political. And therefore, if we were to trade with the USA or to trade with the UK, we trade from a perspective of knowing that we don't share the same ideologies. When you approach them, you know these ones are brutal. I must not sleep on the job. They are not friends. We are not born alone. We are born with people. That's what friends are for. And to have friends that are aligned with you ideologically is nothing wrong. It's not an old-fashioned thing. It's actually apolitical to want to approach politics without ideological orientation. From which ground do you move from? What informs your perspective as a person who is a political animal? It's important always to have our sharing ideological perspective with China. It doesn't mean you can't get a foreign direct investment from Norway or from UK or from Germany. No. You always relate with all countries. Foreign direct investment is more than welcome, but on our terms. Not on Germany's terms. No. We have been giving Germany a lot of money here in South Africa for assembling cars. Not for building cars, for assembling cars. Why is Germany not building those cars here? And create jobs here? In South Africa, we have a problem of unemployment here. Germany will not have a problem. It needs leadership that is decisive, that is going to say, look, we're going to meet you halfway, but you have to meet us halfway. Assembling is not enough. Let's start it here and build it here. So, and Germany's investment under the EFF government is not threatened at all. The same as any other investment. But we are going to renegotiate the deals. And they must be to the interest of Africans. Botswana did it now. Where De Beers just wanted to change a diamond deal and all of Botswana said it's not going to happen. You are going to trade here and do diamond here on our terms. Botswana screamed, De Beers screamed, kicked, did all manner of things. If this thing is not signed by when we leave, they said you can go. But yeah, we are going to sign the deal on our terms. De Beers went back and signed. So that's leadership. Investors want to know what is your position on this matter, so that they can navigate around it and see if they can still make profit out of it. They are not interested in you or in anything. They're interested in politics. That's why they mine blood diamond. They know people are being killed there. This diamond comes from where people are being killed. They still take it. Why do they want to behave like a holy cows and want to punish people for political ideas, yet they don't punish people who are killing each other for diamonds? They go there and still buy blood diamonds. So be clear, then they will come and invest. Even on the land question,
this community.
We've got special development zones, economic zones here in South Africa, where multinational companies have invested a lot of money on the land they don't own. It's owned by the state. Special industrial zones, special economic zones in South Africa where multinational companies have put billions of rands. They don't own that land. So what is the obsession with the ownership of the land? Why do you say when you state own the land, the multinational companies want to invest because there is no guarantee? No, you give them the guarantee that from this period to this period, this is yours, these are the benefits, these are the incentives, this is what is going to happen. Please invest here. They will invest. They have done it now under this government. Why do you say when people don't own the land, there won't be investment? There is a huge development that happened right in front of us. You said, one of you said, was here for 9 years. I think he's a Dean of Diplomatic Corps. There's a huge development here in Midrand where there is Mall of Africa. That land, that big development you see there, that land is owned by an Indian family. When you buy property there, there are no transfer costs. no one owns. They are on a lease of 100 years, those people. Yet they still buy there. Black, white, Indians, everyone buys in a place where they don't own the land. A land is owned by an individual family. There's a huge mall invested there in the land they don't own. People are not looking for those things of ownership of the land. They just want a land tenure guarantee that from this period to this period, this is yours. They calculate, they say we'll make a profit, then that's fine. Let's go. That's how business works. Who said people fall in love with land? There's no one who falls in love with land. No one falls in love with diamond or gold. They fall in love with money. Anything that can give them money, they will go and invest in it. Socialism didn't work in Germany, and you are going to tell us how it failed. But go and also learn from China how socialism works, and it has succeeded in China.
Boom. That was a fucking fire response, was it not?
It doesn't mean if it has failed in Germany, it will fail everywhere else. We're not Germans, we're South Africans. In China, they've got socialism with Chinese characteristics. What stops South Africans from having socialism with South African characteristics? Learning from Germany, what worked, what did not work. Take the good things, leave the bad things. Why capitalism always resort to Chinese principles, to socialist principles, every time they get into trouble? When the banks failed in 2008 and put the world into a financial crisis, it was socialist principles that took the world out of that crisis through state intervention. Where was capital at that time? If we go now, we're in Pretoria now. Let's go to commercial crimes or go to liquidation or high court and all of that. Every day without fail, there are private companies that are being liquidated there. Who said if it's capitalist owned or private owned, it's inherently successful?
The end is the best here.
Who said that? So it's an ideological debate we can have. We know what happened in Eastern Germany. We know what happened in the Soviet Union. We know what's happening in China. We know what's happening in Cuba. So we can have a deeper discussion about whether this is really a way out. We sometimes get fixated on concepts, but in reality, you do the things that you say you don't want to do. Every time capital gets into problems, the state must intervene. Every time. That's when you now see the importance of socialist principles. Coalitions in South Africa will work. This thing is a new thing to us. We don't know it. And we're learning on the job. We're learning on the job. So please be patient with us. We have succeeded so far. No municipality has actually completely collapsed to a point of having to be resuscitated by an upper government under coalition. So it's a new thing. We're learning on the job and we'll get it right. The problem is not coalitions. The problem is the ANC and the DA. They are so used to power. And when they now get out of power into a coalition, they still want to behave like they're in power. Coalition means power sharing. You must let go. Don't behave like you still have power when you don't have power. You must share. And who will make the best a coalition partner, because we have never been in power, so we don't know power. Maybe the first power we're going to experience is through coalition, and it will be the first experience. But those who are used to controlling power, when it shifts, they are still in denial, and they want to behave like they still have power. And it leads into the problems we see in the coalitions. At the center of a problem is the ANC It has been in power for too long. When it gets removed into a coalition, it is in denial. Same thing as the DA, that suffers from white supremacy. That in coalition with black people, a white person must lead. That white supremacist mentality is what causes problems for us in coalitions. But otherwise, coalitions will work. And coalitions are the best thing for me. I think we deserve that. Where no one has got an absolute majority. We all govern through consensus. And we look at what is in the best interest of our people. Because too much power corrupts. And that's what we have experienced since 1994. The same thing with the European Union. Don't say, what are we going to ask from you? That's a big brother mentality. What are you going to ask from us? Yes, don't say, why should it be us who are asking? We're not asking for anything. We're fine. So let's relate as equals, not as a beggar and the big brother supplier. No, we will relate with the European Union. It's a necessary body. We'll relate with it, we'll respect it, and the respect must be mutual, and will engage on what is in the interest of our countries, not what is in the interest of the European Union. We're in a mess now. We've decommissioned our power stations because countries like the USA, like the UK have said to us, no, do away with these things. We are going to introduce green energy. Here's the money and all of that. People took the money. There is no electricity today. So we ought to relate as equals so that no one imposes their ideas on us. We are people that subscribe to superior logic. Anything that is scientific, anything that has been proven, anything that makes sense, we'll agree with it. It doesn't matter whether it comes from European Union or it comes from BRICS or it comes from China or Russia. No, we will not agree with anything that seeks to belittle us and make us look like we are beggars in this kind of a relationship. So that's the same with AGOA. You can't use AGOA to threaten us in terms of our sovereignty and our foreign policy. That if you are going to bring Putin here and not defy, will do away with AGOA. You can do away with AGOA. We remain with our sovereignty. Should you strip us of our dignity because we are desperately looking for AGOA? That our foreign policy is now determined somewhere else. Which nation can be proud of that? That our foreign policy is determined somewhere because we are beneficiaries of AGOA. It can't be correct. Let's trade and have those benefits of AGOA out of mutual understanding and respect for each other's sovereignty and foreign policy. Not that today, because we don't agree on Putin, you must withdraw the whole thing. That is puppeting, that is belittling, that is making us look like we are beggars. But let's remain with our dignity. Let's be beggars with dignity, not stripped of dignity and thinking that you are what you are not. You can't even make your own foreign policy determinations because AGOA will be taken away. We are spreading the wings of the EFF. We have EFF in Liberia, we have EFF in Lesotho, we have EFF in Namibia, we have EFF in Zimbabwe. We're a young organization in terms of age, but already we're finding an expression in other African countries because we're trying to take this spirit into other African countries. We need to strengthen AU, give it more teeth to bite. The decisions of the AU must be taken and they must be firmly implemented by countries of Africa if we are going to say this is a serious continental body. Business has no choice. We're the only organization that is very clear of what we want.
Eat this up,
and
Chad.
therefore, business in dealing with the EFF, they know what they are dealing with. Policy position is very clear, and we're happy with the response yesterday. It was overwhelming. We really enjoyed ourselves, and the kind of support we received from the South African business yesterday was really welcomed. Black, white, Indians, Africans, coloreds, all manner of business, men and women were there to support the EFF, and that's what made the rally possible tomorrow, because of the support of these business people who are not scared of the establishment. Ukraine peaceful solution is that Ukraine must not join NATO. That's the solution. So that we protect the territory. Russia doesn't feel threatened. It's as simple as that. And I sympathize with you, and I like the fact that you like dialogue, and I like dialogue. We can engage about that, because NATO is not a very peaceful organization. You can't talk peace and NATO in one sentence. It's not true what you are saying, because what peace did NATO take to Libya?
Damn.
Look at what you did to Libya to date. Because you are going after one man, you destroy the whole country. So if it brought peace in Norway, it has not brought peace in Africa. And our experience with NATO is not what you have experienced, and therefore we respectfully disagree with that. I agree with you that elections are coming, and South Africa must play an important role. There's a problem in Zimbabwe. There's a big problem in Zimbabwe.
Everyone should watch this speech.
The rights of citizens are being violated openly, and no one is saying anything about it, including South Africa. Elections get stolen daylight by the army. For sure, they have the results by now. Me and you are still talking about elections. They are done. They have the results. Those things, that's a formality. Well, it can't be correct that ZANU-PF holds the people of Zimbabwe hostage. If it means ZANU-PF must lose elections for it to go and self-correct, so be it. But let the people, the voice of the people of Zimbabwe be respected. It can't be a win-win-win at all costs. In the EFF, we believe strongly that Chamisa won the last elections. And it was undermined by violence that was unleashed on citizens of Zimbabwe. But is the sanctions solution? No. No. The Zimbabweans are suffering as we speak. You know how you negotiate the best terms as business and as countries. Zimbabwe should be open to you to go and invest there, but negotiate the best deals and conditions of such investment. No sanctions must stop you from going to invest in Zimbabwe. Zimbabweans are struggling, and the world must go and help Zimbabweans. You know, this thing of territorial threats, we know them here. We've got an army base here in Botswana. What is America doing here in Botswana? Why is Africa not in American borders? What do you call that? And you come and say imperialism and colonialism is finished. When people expand their territorial expansion through putting military bases at our borders. There's a military base here. A study has been conducted that a fighter jet that moves from that army base to the Union Building will not take less than 2 minutes to bomb the Union Building. If a war is declared with America, America does not have to assemble any resource from Washington or anywhere else to come here. They are already here. What do you call that? It's democracy. It's free world. We must celebrate that and say, no, imperialism is no longer there. It's in our head. We understand what Putin is fighting against because we have it here. here? What is it doing here? We never went to Asia. We never went to Europe. We never went to America. We are here. We don't establish bases anywhere. Why should you establish bases in military bases in our continent? And when we speak, it's called old-fashioned politics. That they are out of fashion. There's no such a thing as imperialism. When imperialism is breathing on our neck, yeah, we're not going to allow that.
Damn.
We are going to expose that American military base here all the time in the platforms we get and educate our people that this is exactly what Putin is fighting against. America will not allow that. That Russia must go and establish a military base in Cuba with missiles facing the USA. They won't allow that. So we must not be allowed, we must not be asked to accept the things that you will not accept if they were to happen in your countries. And that's what we're talking about when we speak about NATO and peace not going together. So, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't mean enmity. We're not enemies. We engage robustly. Our policies can be challenged the same way we challenge your policies. We are open for engagement. South Africa is open for investment in our own terms. We know what multinational companies have done to our economy, coming to milk our resources, leaving us dry. The case in point is a place called Marikana. Just go and see what the London mine did there and what Sibanye is doing there. To date, with a huge operation of a mine just next to it, there is no water, there's no tar road, there's no electricity, there are no houses, no proper schools. People are squashed in one place. Yet, a stone thrown away, there is a mine. We cannot allow that to continue as is under the EFF. We want a mine that will benefit our people. Why do people say, no, the state must not own a bank in South Africa? Because there are private banks. Why do you need a state bank?
I wonder.
Because they want to continue to exploit people and charge them high interest. Why do you say you don't want the state to be in the bank, but the state is in hospitals? There is private hospitals, there is state hospitals. There is private schools, there is state schools. There must be private banks and state banks. And the private bank, the private hospitals and schools and private everything, even where the state participate, the private sector still maximize profit, even when there is an option of a state. We will not close them down under the EFF. We'll do what Kenya did. We'll not close private schools. We'll build quality public education where people will abandon private schools and go to public schools like in Kenya, where Kenyans leave private schools because public education is better. That's what we need to do. Private schools are closing in Kenya. So we will not close any mine. Why should we close a mine? We are the ones who issue the licenses of mines. We will give a license of a profitable mine to the state-owned mining company, where mining will not cost the state a lot of money, where the mineral resource is close. You don't need many resources and money to produce the product. That license shall go to the state, because we're the ones who allocate the license. Why should you close a mine? That's what nationalization means. Means a state-owned mining company will be established and shall mine next to the American mining companies. We won't close them down, but will mine in such a way that they will not see a need to continue mining. because the state will be doing so well and will crush corruption. The biggest problem is corruption. And the Chinese have dealt with it and dealt with it decisively. You steal money of ARVs, money that must go to people who are HIV positive, by going buy medication for people who are HIV positive. You steal that money. And as a result, a lot of people die. Why should you be alive after killing people? You deliberately killed people. You knew when you don't give them that medication, they're going to die. What happens? What are the consequences there? You don't get killed, you don't get imprisoned, yet a lot of people have died. Everybody has concerted that ESCOM collapsed because of corruption. But we don't know who's corrupt till to date, but they know there is corruption. Corruption. ESCOM collapsed. And as a result, oxygen machines in hospitals switched off and people died. So you are not just corrupt, you are a murderer. So they are saying corruption, they don't refer to them as murderers, they are murderers. They killed people. Yet not a single one of them has been arrested. Society has got no problem of corruption. They want you to deal with it decisive, then they know there are consequences. They will run away from corruption. So that's the kind of leadership we'll introduce in this country, where we deal decisively with things that are not beneficial to the people of South Africa. But we're internationalists in outlook. There's no way we can exist in isolation. We need you for us to survive. And that's why we are open for an engagement. No country can exist in isolation. We need friends. And those friends, it's all of you who are in this hall. We might disagree on this or that, but what brings us together is humanity. We want to see humanity succeed, and that's what makes us friends. And the door of the EFF remains open for bilateral engagements with individual embassies who seek more clarity. We're there. Our international relations office is here. Tomorrow we're in a rally. After the rally tomorrow, things are back to normal. At any day, whether it's USA or Germany or UK or Zimbabwe or China or Russia, anyone who seeks to engage us, our door is open. Please, let's come and engage further on many other issues. This is a big platform where we may not go into some of the details, but in that kind of an engagement, Dean, I think it will be better to engage more, especially that you represent the continent of Africa. Thank you very much.
Well, what the heck did we think of that? He said everything. Man didn't leave a single thing out, for Christ's sakes. I thought that was absolutely incredible. What a good talk. Good choice, chat. See, democracy works. We proved it. Here on the Leaping Larry live stream, we proved definitively that democracy works. You can take that home with you. You can take that with you. That's what you can do. I think that's really something. Something special. Something that only the Juche Gang crew could accomplish. Here's what Silver sent me a second ago. What's this?
Yes, my grandfather was Leon Markovits. I believe the DA is a white supremacist party, and I'm trying to rectify the situation here today. We need to transfer the generational wealth and land to the disenfranchised people of this country.
So what do you think of the residents being on the corner?
I think they yearn for apartheid. I think they use neighborhood WhatsApp groups and PPA and private security to uphold apartheid in their neighborhoods. This exists in every single white neighborhood in this country. The only difference is that in Brackenfell it's more potent and violent.
What do you think? Do you think the EFF is justified
to come here and to protest outside the
I think
school?
they need to be doing more. I think we need to be taking these protests to Clifton and Houghton Park, where the 20 million rand houses are. Okay, I think Brackenfell, there's not enough money here. These poor whites are angry and violent, and they're bored with their life. We need to take it. We need to take it where the rich people have money, and they're still making money off that land, which is all generational wealth passed down from their parents.
Talk to us about the response of the WCED to this situation.
It's a DA situation. The DA is still a white supremacist party. Okay, they're not interested in solving the problems, the wounds of apartheid. I have no faith in any DA government body to solve any situation.
And how do you feel personally when you see, as a white person, as a young white person, you know, we're supposed to be this rainbow nation, you know, your generation...
It's not a rainbow nation. Yeah. 94, we didn't fix the problem. Mandela sold us out. We sold out Winnie. And today, and things like today, are part of the process of fixing that and healing these wounds.
How do you feel about the Cape Party being here?
I think the Cape Party is a white supremacist organization. You see the way they're dressed, the way they're armed. They yearn for the old days. And I feel sad for them. They hold so much anger in their hearts.
And Jack, the independence, Cape Party is calling for the independence of the Western Cape.
Yeah.
This is something that we've heard from the VF Plus leader as well. What are your thoughts?
It's these white people trying to hold on to their generational wealth. They're scared of losing their land. There's very valuable land in the Western Cape. We need to take this land and transfer it to the people of this country.
What about the argument that uncompensated land taking leads to the lack of economic growth because of a lack of confidence among investors? They're fucking wrong. That's all I can say about it. They're trying to hang on exactly what Buddy just said. They're just trying to hang on to generational wealth. And if investors don't want to fucking come in, then fuck those investors. The last thing I'm gonna think about is the fucking investors, that's for sure. Tomorrow I have a Perenni video and some DPRK stuff to get to. Don't forget, too, that on Saturday we're going to be doing Crowd Control Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past randomized, which you can come in, use your labor vouchers or bits to affect my gameplay. And because the community managed to get us to 100,000 labor vouchers in 1 month, I now have to play this on Sunday.
Why did I make this? This horrible hike up an impossible mountain. I could have made something you would have liked. A game that was empowering, that would save your progress and inch you steadily forward. Since success is delicious, that would have been wise. Instead, I must confess, this isn't nice. It tastes of bitterness. It's capricious. It sets setbacks for the ambitious. It lacks lenience. It's bracing and inhumane. But not everyone's the same. I created this game for a certain kind of person. To hurt them.
So my community has successfully managed to hurt me. Sunday. Make sure you set your notifications. You won't want to miss that. I will be playing it for at least 2 hours. Maybe longer. We'll see. We'll see. Also, don't forget, comrades, that one of my most prized commands on this channel is the theory list command, which you can come over here and you can get all my recommended beginners works. You won't find the Communist Manifesto here for, I have good reasons for that. I don't recommend that for new people to communism anyway. But I do recommend any of these works. We got Stalin, Che, Ho Chi Minh, and I'm always adding more to it as well. So make sure you keep an eye out on this. And then you can also, of course, I always like to stress, we have my socials here, but I'd like to remind you that I have some additional things, like my Juche Gang YouTube has the Juche lessons, of course, which I recommend people check out. But also, I keep a library of online stuff as well. Like here at Comrade Stalin Socialist Schoolhouse, we have all kinds of articles, an entire library of not just articles, but also videos, many of which we have salvaged from the nether realms of YouTube. The first thing you read, yeah, it was one of the first ones I read, and it was okay for me, but I just think in the modern context, there's just better things you can start with than the manifesto that are even just as short as the manifesto, you know? Not to say that there's anything wrong with people who did get a start with it, of course. That's also that what you just said there, Meg, is why I link such a large variety of works as well, right? Because there isn't just one universal path to awakening somebody. And it's the same as when we're trying to go out and teach people, right? Like when you go out and teach somebody, if you can't reach them, that's okay. Not everybody can be reached. And even somebody that you can't reach, somebody else might be able to reach. It's along the same principles as that, you know? Frank, start with the third volume of Capital or fuck off. We're serious, super serial Marxists. Yeah, so you got a whole bunch of DPRK videos here. So while you're waiting for the next stream, be sure to check out these other medias. Hey, Comrade Red. I mentioned, as per Comrade Red's request, actually, our next Monday's movie is going to be The Fall of Saigon, Vietnamese movie. Yep. Yeah, we had George Jackson there. A few. I highly recommend checking out this. There's just all kinds of good stuff here, trust me. And then, of course, don't forget also, I do some contributing editing work over here at Iskra Books. And around the 10th, which is like 2 days from now, this should be released and available as a free PDF. And we do have lots more available here as well, like this fantastic Stalin read. This is a great compilation. After we read the manifesto, we read that first draft. There was like a cheat sheet, and we were like, "Why didn't you give you this first?" Something interesting I find is like, you know, if you can find versions of the manifesto that have a portion of the Civil War in France put into it, because one of the major like things that Marx realized after witnessing the Paris Commune was that the working class couldn't just simply take hold of the bourgeois state organs. It had to smash them and create its own. And that was the main reason why they put in that one chapter. In certain versions of the manifesto, you'll find that. You're hunting for more Vietnamese movies? Finding some stuff in English outside of YouTube is a bit tricky. I can imagine that. Keep me posted though, Red. Yeah, see, I got lots of good stuff here. Class struggle, factory legislation, Marx and Engels on insurrection, international counter-revolution, anarchism or socialism. Check out this Stalin collected works. That's my work over there at Iskra Books. If you do enjoy my work, you know, I highly encourage and welcome any support. Of course, it is never necessary, but it is highly appreciated. And we're only 11 subpoints away from our next emote. We have all kinds of them on the docket. By the way, be sure to come Saturday. I want to see everybody causing me more pain. Yeah, contributing editor. And also, not only that, Dorian. Sorry. If you go down here to like these journals here we do at Iskra, Peace, Land, and Bread. These are like cool little. Actually, we'll read some of this tomorrow. Like, look, here's a worker state one by our comrade Tara.
He's a communist. Oh, really? Yep, big communist, big communist. Oh.
That's me. The state is only a beast in the wrong hands, and in the right hands a beast to those who exploit us. One day she will dissolve and become small, but only after we seize it, only after oppressed and oppressor merge to one. This will take patience, understanding, and time. Generations of work and diligence and time. Generations of work and diligence and time. Time in need of defending. Imagine what we could do with power in the hands of the many. Build hospitals quickly as Wuhan. Heal the sick. Heal the schools. Let the hands of our brothers and sisters go free. So yeah, this is some of the journal. There's some other ones in here as well. Some other poetry. This is like the Art of the Revolutionary Spirit section. But now check this out, Dorian. When you come down to the bottom, check out the last article. I think in most of them, in a few of them, here's your boy, Juche Gang Chairman right here. So if you want written Juche Gang lessons or Juche lessons, you can find them here in the Peace Land Bread. This is my first one. If you watch my very first Juche lessons episode on YouTube, this is that put into written form instead. Yeah, and of course, like I say, with all of these, we have free PDF. So if you're interested in reading that, you can find a free PDF there. And all of our works, by the way, yeah, both a little bit of editing. I mean, we're not so much like strictly a professional outlet, Dorian. You know, we're just a bunch. It's a passion project that very good comrades started and brought me into, thankfully, that I'm able to contribute in. And sometimes that means that I contribute like in the Peace, Land, and Bread here. Other times it will be like I'll read a work and edit it along with the comrades. Like the most recent one I was reading was The Dark, which is the selected writings of Brandon Hughes and other Irish revolutionaries. You have what is a poster? This? That's cool. Yeah, so, and by the way, the cost that you see for any of our works is completely just, we don't see any of that back. That pays for the cost of production and distribution, and that's it. And that's why, of course, we make it all free PDFs for everyone as well. And that's true of any work that we publish here. We do have some art and music. Our videos sort of like are scattered. Like we haven't done much on the YouTube because I sort of do our YouTube thing here. So that's why, like I said, I promised the translator of the Lusardo Stalin book here that when this comes out, we're going to be reading this on stream. And I have to remember to let him know when we're going to do that. Yeah. All the money is being funneled up to the angel investors from the Fed. Yeah, it's all going to NED. All that NED money. Yeah. If you do support my work, I encourage you to support my work, as it were. I'm going to leave you all, of course, with a quote before we raid into somebody. I think you all know who we're going to have to raid. Gonna have to raid Rob Rousseau. Fellow comrade up north. Not a fellow native comrade, but far as I can tell, one of the good one of the good settler allies, you know? One of the few good ones, I would say. So come back as well on, what I say, tomorrow we're going to be watching, well, let's see, we do our usual cartoons. And then on the docket for tomorrow, I have DPR Korea V-Day performance with a Chinese delegate watching. I have Michael Prenny, The Darker Myths of the Empire, and we'll be gaming while we do that tomorrow, along with our regular scheduled programming, which of course is our morning cartoons. On Thursday, I'll be back with reading Red Skin, White Mask, Chapter 4. We have 2 more chapters after that. And then on Friday, we're going to be probably hanging out and watching more stuff. So if you have any suggestions, leave them in the Discord. Saturday, Crowd Control Zelda. And Sunday is the challenge that you all work so hard to accomplish. Me doing Getting Over It for at least 2 hours. Possibly longer. I'll leave you all with this. There is no social formation more profoundly immoral than a big capitalist corporation. It operates without any scruples, will try to get away with whatever it can. So remember that. And go forth, and we'll fight against capitalism together. Again, thank you everyone so much for hanging out with me. And everyone who has been so supportive this month. Chances are pretty good that we're going to be able to finally get a fucking webcam. And then you'll be able to see me moving. How exciting is that? I'll be a moving picture. You'll be able to see my beard grow in real time. Like, that's going to be something, right? And then perhaps next year, we can go for that duck camera. And what I'm thinking with the duck camera is, for however many labor vouchers you comrades can choose to bring up the duck camera for 20 minutes. And it'll just be like a live feed in my duck run of whatever the ducks are doing. Who knows what they'll be up to? That'll be the fun of it. Thank you so much, everyone. Comrades, Dorian, 2023, Cinnamon, Frank, Meg. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you all very much. Take care, March. I think we're building one totally informed community ready to fight against colonialism at all costs. Love you, comrades. I'll see you next time. Come join me tomorrow.
Backs me up there and I'm just wandering around in the field with like 8 camera guns. I know, it's just...